Mike check. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Keep spy up here while we go through some of the news headlines and movers. Uh, Shares are trading higher after the company announced Stripe and Visa will power its upcoming Bitcoin credit card. Fold, 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 fold. Ticker D getting a nice gap up this morning, partnership with Visa and Stripe. What analysts are saying about Firefly Aerospace after its first earnings report as a public company. Firefly Aerospace cooled off in the pre-market on Tuesday as investors sized up its first earnings report. Yeah, having a pretty big gap down. Ticker FLY, massive gap down. Morgan Stanley kept an equal weight rating and a $52 price target for Firefly Aerospace. We're encouraged that Fly is now cleared to resume alpha launches and expect Flight 7, blah, 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 blah. JP Morgan reiterated an overweight on Firefly Aerospace and a price target of $55. Firefly is down right now in the pre-market by quite a bit. So ticker FLY gapping down on earnings, its first earnings report as a company listed in the stock market. You still have the big banks, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Jefferies, all maintain higher price targets in around the range of $52 to $55. But nasty little gap down this morning, closing high volume candle, absolutely engulfing that bearishly. Okay, let's see what else we got going on. FDA approves Amneal Pharmaceuticals abbreviated new drug application for biometropist. I don't even know what the heck that is. Okay. JMP Securities downgrades CyberArk software to market perform. So ticker CYBR getting a little bit of a downgrade this morning. Through some headlines here, seeing if there's anything worth mentioning, and we'll jump into some charts. So Plug Power stock rose in Tuesday's pre-market trading session as the company disclosed its regulatory filings and highlighted continuing operational progress. So ticker PLUG continuing to progress well to their mandate. Obviously, investors are liking that. Epic little squeeze and breakout. Getting stretched up here, but we've obviously seen stocks become pretty much unhinged from your standard valuations. Ticker KView this morning is also catching a bid after it saw a little bit of a decline over the last couple sessions, gapping up here. KV shares are trading higher despite President Trump saying the FDA will notify physicians that the use of acetaminophen or Tylenol during pregnancy could be associated with increase of risk of autism. So getting a little bit of a dead cat bounce after we had that negative headline from Trump. Ticker POST, Post Holdings, gapping up this morning. Nothing there. Boeing seeing a little bit of strength this morning. Boeing is into a beautiful backtest zone here. EMA bouncing sharply off that EMA. Damn, that's a nice backtest there for Boeing, that's for sure. SRPT. This one's been kind of disappointing considering how oversold it is, but it's looking like it's trying to firm up here. Given the strength in biotechs, you would have to assume that it's probably going to catch a bid at some point. Ticker X-Ray catching a really nice bid this morning. Not too sure what that's doing. Jim Cramer says no to Ambarella, but Gillette Satellite is still a buy. So Jim Cramer giving Ambarella the buy signal, saying he doesn't like it. You can still buy this name according to Jim Cramer, GILT. Interesting. Oh, excuse me. So Jim Cramer saying we can buy GILT after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 week upside run. Very interesting. Giving ASTS the buy signal as well. Hmm. Semiconductor to acquire Aura VCore Power Tech. So ticker ON, set to make an acquisition here. On Semiconductor agreed to acquire Aura Semiconductor's VCore power technologies and related intellectual property licenses, strengthening its push into artificial intelligence, data center power management. Financial terms of the deal remain undisclosed. The deal expands On Semiconductor's portfolio and supports its strategy to deliver end-to-end power solutions from grid-level supply to core processing for increasingly power-hungry AI infrastructure. Interesting. Acquisition there. Please. Yeah, this market's been relentless, right? Just keeps grinding. Grinding higher and higher. So FDS is continuing to see some downgrades, FactSet shares. After it had a little bit of a pop, seeing a little bit of a continuation pop. Very, very oversold down here, an exceptional amount of volume. Into an interesting consolidation zone here. Not the worst level that I've seen, that's for sure. Whoops. Absolutely not the worst level for FactSet. If you're wanting to trade this for a dead cat bounce, yeah, Supreme Leader, I agree with you. Um, the markets, the markets are getting lofty up here, and you know, the trend is still strong, but in order for the trend to remain a little bit more, what's the correct word I'm looking for? Sustainable, we should see a pullback, you know? Exactly, I agree. Hope markets correct a bit so we can sustain the higher trend in the long term. I agree. I agree. It's due for a pullback, man. It's due for a pullback. I'm quite shocked as to how strong we keep staying in this overall market. Now we look at SPY, the volume starting to taper off a little bit after we had a couple high volume days, but we're we're pretty extended here. You can see ES just continues to grind day after day after day. No stopping, right? No stopping. So I agree. We should see a pullback, but markets can stay buoyant, right, for a long time. Still have gold absolutely surging today. Yet again, new highs in gold, just continuing to break out and break out and break out. Up another 1% on the session. You look at silver. Silver's now at $44. Your portfolio is up 50% less than your. Well, that's great, but exactly, these gains are not really sustainable. We're going through a huge, huge melt up right now. Even commodities like silver and gold are telling us that. But look at silver. Silver absolutely moonshotting into its highest level since this major high pivot 2011. The next is your blow off top move. So what we could see is a big dump on silver and then a blow off top move. So it's also getting a little stretched here, silver. And what I'm observing is that, I've been trading for 14 years now, investing and trading for about 7, investing for 14. But basically, a lot of things like trend lines, resistance zones, standard deviations, I mean, they are getting stretched. A lot of things are just getting absolutely smoked, especially if you're trying to short things, you know. Usually a 2 standard deviation would work well, not anymore. You're having to go to a 3 and sometimes 4 deviation moves, which is mathematically just absolutely insane. But silver having a really, really nice day. World's first computer connected to lab-grown humans bioprinted skin. CTI Skin by CT Biotech sweeps awards at the IFCSCC 2025 Congress with groundbreaking bioprinted skin technology. Jeez, crazy. NVIDIA supplier ASML soars in quality rankings as Bank of America sees its winning big from $5 billion Intel NVIDIA deal. Let's look at ASML. ASML going for $1,000 stock on ASML. Let's look at Lam Research LRCX. LRCX also another one that has just been an absolute beast. Certain semiconductors are still rallying today. Overall, you are seeing NVIDIA under a little bit of pressure this morning. Micron obviously has earnings and they're actually trying to float and grind higher into earnings. Tesla continuing to show its strength today, trying to grind a little bit higher, pushing back over 440. Apple taking a little bit of a breather today. Meta trying to push up just a little bit. Google, after having a down day yesterday, slightly positive on the tape. And Amazon, after struggling, your worst performing mega cap with Meta, that's catching a little bit of a bid this morning. All right, let's go through some of the top gainers. I just want to look through my upgrades, downgrades list this morning. All right, so upgraded today, we got GenMab upgraded by Guggenheim, price target $43. This is an ADR, so just be mindful of that. CoreWeave got an upgrade today. CRWV upgraded to 165. CoreWeave has had a stellar breakout and looking to continue its run here. ALVO getting an upgrade by Deutsche Bank today. Interesting stock. It has been absolutely decimated. Target is $14, ALVO. Not a bad area if you're wanting to take a little bit of a double bottom trade down here. With a tight stop loss, you are into this interesting little support zone. So not a bad area for ALVO. Just keep in mind it does train a little bit thinner volume, but that did get an upgrade. Antero Resources, AR, getting a little bit of an upgrade today. Price target $39. OMC getting an upgrade today. Price target on OMC is 91. Another upgrade on CoreWeave by Wells Fargo. Price target 170. So CoreWeave certainly has a little bit of momentum. HOUS House after that had a huge run yesterday, getting an upgrade to $11. So it's pretty close to that target. ONTO, onto Innovation, getting an upgrade. It is gapping up, so price target 170, but a really strong move for ONTO here. Quite a bit of volume that's been traded over the last few sessions. Corning, ticker GLW, getting a little bit of an upgrade today. Interesting. I will post those upgrades in the chat. See what else we got here. All right, we're going to go through some of the downgrades. So now that we looked at some of the upgrades, we'll go through some of the downgrades here. Just give me a sec. Good morning, Peter. Pleasure to have you. Good morning, Curveballs. All right, so we'll look at some of the downgrades this morning. I'm going to post a picture. They ask about VST for sure, for sure. It's under a little bit of pressure this morning when I last checked. We'll touch base on that in a second. So basically, VST is under some pressure because you got a downgrade yesterday. So you can see the structure of VST is looking positive, like it's trying to break out of this bull flag. A lot of volume has been traded here. VST is still a strong stock, but coming down from the highs here because you had Jefferies downgraded. So although they still have a price target to 230, they are no longer in accumulation mode. So Jefferies seeing a little bit of a downgrade. If I show you this here, let me just pull up the actual chart. Just give me a sec here. Where the heck did that go? So you're going to see Vistra got a downgrade yesterday, VST. Okay, that's kind of why. Thanks, curveballs. All right, post this downgrade list in the chat as well for members. Appreciate it, guys. So remember, we do have a volatility today. We got Trump speaking twice, once in the morning, once at night, and then we got Powell around the afternoon, so early afternoon. So there should be some extra volatility today. Okay, just as a heads up. So I'm thinking they're going to keep this market fairly elevated ahead of Trump, or at least not elevated, but I don't think they'll sell it off ahead of Trump. He is the POTUS. He's the POTUS pumper. Unlike what we saw in the previous term of Biden, typically the markets were selling off ahead of Biden. All right, let's go through some of these top gainers so far in the New York Stock Exchange. So we are seeing FIX gapping up this morning. Very strong mover. Fix. This is an institutional stock right now. Higher priced equity still showing unrelenting and unwavering strength. Ticker FIX, Comfort Systems USA, pushing to the upside. Taiwan Semi, really strong today. TSM breaking out to the high side. Absolutely very good. Ticker RACE, Ferrari. Curve was just bought one yesterday, so the stock is up. MCK. MCK is seeing a little bit of strength this morning in the pre-market. This stock got a really decent upgrade by a couple different firms, so it is starting to see a nice little stage one basing breakout here. It's into a little bit of gap resistance, previous consolidation, but the way we've been seeing stocks run, you know, certain resistance zones are just getting absolutely annihilated. It seems like we're having to really take, you know, crazy resistance levels before you even consider shorting it. But United Rentals, URI, seeing a little bit of strength in the pre-market, decent amount of volume. Boeing, after backtesting that EMA 113, gapping up quite nicely. Ticker LB, Landbridge Company. That is seeing a nice little bounce this morning. Molina Healthcare, MOH, seeing a little bit of a bid off of the lows. This one I've been looking for an entry to get long. I do like it down here. Its valuation's making quite a bit of sense in my opinion. Healthcare's obviously been the weak spot of the market, but definitely interested in taking a longer term investment in this name. Okay. Still seeing some strength in IONQ and quantum stocks. So IONQ continuing to push. This is a stock that's gone absolutely parabolic. QBTS, I'm still short IONQ, but under a little bit of pressure right now. QBTS not showing as much strength. Let's look at Rigetti, RGTI. Rigetti showing a little bit of continuation strength. Again, quantum stocks are some of your more extended names in the overall market. QUBT, after it had a huge gap down yesterday, catching a little bit of a bid in the pre-market here. DKS, that name is continuing to show a little bit of strength in the pre-market. We'll see how that comes up. So another stock that's under a bit of pressure this morning, and we saw a pretty big fall in the pre-market yesterday, is Open Door. It is rebounding off of the lows quite nicely, but Open Door had that epic collapse all the way down to almost $7. And the question is why? Why did Open Door fall? Well, a couple reasons here. You had George Noble post on X that the company is total garbage and obviously raising a little bit of concerns. But then you also had a potential rotation now trying to form into a company called BETR. So maybe people that have been bidding and chasing Open Door are now starting to rotate into this company called Better. So Better Home Financing Holdings surged after the hedge fund manager Eric Jackson revealed on Monday that his firm had taken a position in the stock. So this is kind of now taking a little bit of that meme housing, you know, financing company, real estate company, taking a little bit of the liquidity from Open. So we are seeing kind of a little bit of an inverse move here. but definitely a sharp rebound. You can see that this was your gap down low or your after hours selling, after hours low, all the way down here to about $7 on open door. But it is starting to press up just a little bit here. Let's look at uranium. So uranium continues to try to grind, but URA is now really at the top of this channel here. Very extended. You are seeing Oklo coming in a little bit, but absolutely just a filthy. I'm still short. I'm deeply underwater. That is a bad trade on my part, but that's just the nature of the beast with shorting. Sometimes stocks go ridiculously higher, and this one obviously caught me quite a bit here. SMR is still under a little bit of pressure. Oracle, after Oracle's been running on the back of, yeah, Oracle is a beast, curveballs. It's just filthy. Oracle has been running on, or sorry, Oracle has been running on the back of TikTok, potentially buying TikTok. And here's the thing, right? Obviously, there's a lot of speculation around TikTok, but if Oracle was to buy TikTok, one, they're going to be paying a super, super high premium. And two, they're going to have to dilute their stock. So anyone chasing Oracle, just be very careful because if they buy TikTok or if they get the approval, and I don't even know what the actual fee for TikTok is, but it's going to be quite expensive. It'll be a high premium, but they're going to have to probably raise some cash, maybe buy an offering. And typically, when companies do a large buyout, let me just see what that buyout would roughly be if I can find a number here online. So, TikTok valuation buy. 330 billion. That's crazy. Eyes valuation over 330 billion. That is insane. That is insane. So I mean that would be a big buy. And typically buys like that are dilutions. So just be careful. And I mean it does look like the technicals look like it's gonna make another sweep here, another push for a high here. I have the next target 350 to 360. But again, we're one headline away from that buyout, and I think that buyout becomes a big buy the rumor, sell the news type of event. Curveball says, I have a better on my put list, BETR. Interesting. Yeah, it's getting a really solid retrace to the upside today. I do think it will start to come in at some point, but acting quite well in the near term. You are seeing another day where China stocks are under a little bit of pressure. Yang ETF quietly grinding to the upside and not really making much attention because you still have one of the high flyers, Alibaba, holding steady here. Alibaba is into a pretty decent point of control volume shelf here. So a lot of volume has traded up in this vicinity. I still think that BABA should start to see some distribution. Archer Aviation's still trying to push to the upside here. So not looking too bad. Let's see what else we got. We had a really nice candle on DRS. DRS is looking like it's trying to break out of this little bit of a stage 1 basing formation sitting right on that EMA. This chart could run to new all-time highs, guys. I think that that is what it's setting up for. SMCI having a nice move in the pre-market this morning, trying to grind a little bit higher. Snapchat, after we exited yesterday, it's trying to gap up just a little bit on the session. Still have crypto stocks like Ethereum under pressure, but trying to hold a little steady here. So ETH is still trying to carve out a little bit of a base. Bitcoin trying to carve out a little bit of a base. WTI crude right now absolutely ripping back to the high side. So every time it looks like crude is trying to go for a short, they pop it up. So if you're trying to short crude, definitely short the pops and don't try to trend chase it because they are absolutely crazy at roping in liquidity on crude oil. It's just insane. But crude, nice little bounce today. Still looking overall net bearish. Just a small technical bounce. If we look at nat gas this morning, nat gas is continuing to trickle down here. A lot of people are looking to potentially buy natural gas off of this area. I don't really like it just yet. I think that we need to see it come down at least a little bit more for maybe a little bit of a scalp opportunity. I've actually got it on my watch list for today. I want to see it pierce this 50% $3 level. And then maybe we can get a little bit of a day trade scalp long for nat gas. Okay, so I'm watching that one today. Let's see, Humana. Humana continuing to show a little bit of strength off this area. Let's look at UNH. UNH still looking pretty decent here. Looks like UNH is building another bull flag pattern here. So UNH is not looking too bad. I would like to see it come down a little bit more, but we'll see if it gives us that opportunity to buy it a bit cheaper. Hopefully it does. Hopefully it really does. All right, what else is shaking and moving here? Let's go back to our list of stocks. So we discussed Boeing already, Valero, Dix, IONQ. Let's look at some of the losers. You have AutoZone coming under pressure. Again, this is more of an institutional stock. Not many retail buying $4,000 stock. Vistra down, AutoZone down, Oklo down. Bloom Energy seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. So this is one that's been unrelenting, guys. So look at Bloom Energy finally seeing a little bit of a gap down by about 3.62%. Just absolutely insane run for ticker BE. Is this justified? I don't know. You know, whenever stocks make moves like this, chances are they're going to come down pretty hard or at least do a really sizable retrace. But crazy, crazy run on BE, ticker BE. And how many weeks is this up in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is a huge, huge run to the upside. All right, let's look at Lilly here. LY seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. What else we got? Southwest Gas Holdings, Parsons, Humana, Fabrinet, Zoetis, EPRT. Let's look at that. That one's coming in a little bit. Ticker NET, Cloudflare. I think it's getting very close to a short. Maybe a little bit more upside, but this is one that I'm watching closely. I am watching it very closely. Let's look at TTD again. TTD showing a little bit of volume down here, trying to carve out a bit of a bottom. I don't mind TTD down here. I was hoping for one more sweep of this low. It never gave it to me. Huge amount of volume. I mean, it's starting to make a lot of sense down here. Let's look at ASAN. ASAN once again is trying to break out of a little bit of a wedge pattern. You can see it's just been chopping and grinding. Last time I tried breaking out of the wedge pattern, they slapped it right back down on earnings, but not too bad on ticker ASAN. Let's look at Adobe real quick. And then we'll look at some of our unusual volume list, see if there's anything worth trading. Adobe gapping up this morning. Adobe's looking pretty decent in my opinion. I think Adobe's had a nice oversold condition. You got rejected off your EMA 113 a couple times here, made new lows, and now you're taking another run up. The moving average is slowly starting to flatten out here, which is telling me that there's signs of accumulation. So Adobe's not looking too bad. What else we got going? Unusual volume. Just looking here. Skillsoft. What's this? AME. Gapping up a little bit, seeing a little bit of unusual volume. RBOT. Small stock, but seeing a little bit of unusual volume. EKKT. After a stunning breakout move, you're still seeing heavy volume in the pre-market today. Interesting. Very interesting. Showing a little bit of accumulation and strength off the lows under a little bit of pressure. Another one I've been watching on the long side, trying to find an entry, but haven't yet. All right, let's look at BBAI. So BBAI obviously has broken out on the daily chart, showing another high. I have fully exited my position yesterday for a nice little profit. SES, this has been an absolute blockbuster winner to the upside, just rinsing the shorts and just having a tear. You probably have a little bit of upside left to about this 216, 217, but looking like a very strong name. Getting a little bit stretched, but could easily squeeze to about 218 say as long as the market holds up. CRCL Circle, seeing quite a bit of activity in the pre-market here, gapping up, looking like it's trying to break out of this little consolidation pattern on the daily. The positive thing for Circle that I like is it's holding this little gap fill. This gap fill that we made back here in June, we broke below it, now we're back above it, and you're consolidating. I think as long as you remain above this gap, Circle doesn't look too bad from a long technical standpoint. What else we got going in the pre-market here? So Oracle down, Oklo down, SMR down. Joby seeing some strength. Taiwan Semi is green. SES Circle. Boeing, we discussed Boeing. Baba again green. UNH green. Pfizer still seeing a little bit of a reversal down from yesterday after they announced an acquisition of a GLP-1 China company. NVO, Novo Nordisk. That's still just chopping around. Let's look at Vertex Pharmaceuticals, VRTX. That one's slowly grinding down a little bit. Interesting. One stock that I think is going to continue to surge here is this Altimmune, showing a little bit of strength in the pre-market here. Obviously, we took profits on that initial spike, and we're still writing next month $4 call options, which are already in the money, but I think that we could easily get a move into this gap fill. That's kind of my next target for Altimmune off of a big spike. You'll have some resistance at this daily chart EMA, but the way this moves is one morning we're probably going to wake up and it'll gap up 10 to 20%, I think, especially just with how biotechs have been. Biotechs have been the bright spot of your IWM, and still looking to, I think, trend a bit higher in the overall near term. NIO has been under pressure from the highs, coming in a little sharply here. Let's look at XPEV. XPEV is trying to grind a little bit higher here. Let me see if there's any other stocks that are worth noting here. Vistra, that's down. Plug Power, again. There might be a short trade on PLUG. It's getting a little lofty here, stretched. So I might look for a short on Plug here. Let me just throw on some ATR levels just to show some extra confluence. Yeah, you see you're already blasting through your ATR1. ATR2 is at 3. Let's look at the weekly chart. Yeah, so anything above $3 starts getting interesting. It could still squeeze a little bit more, but anything above 3, I'd continue to watch that for maybe a little bit of a short trade. But I feel like Plug Power's very close to announcing a probably a shelf offering or debt offering. That's typically what this company does is after it has big moves, the market closes and then they announce a debt offering and then Plug Power's just obviously gets smoked on that dilution. All right, let me see what else is moving here in the pre-market. Again, gold is still surging, silver is still surging. AMD doing C3 still seeing some strength. Taking a look at this microcloud hologram, ticker HOLO, that is seeing a really big gap up. I have to zoom into my chart here. It's so depressed down here, but seeing a really filthy gap up this morning. It's already up 23.92%. In the pre-market, you can see it's coming in from the highs. Let me see what type of news there is on HOLO. HOLO. Uh, Not really seeing anything yet. Interesting. Curveballs is looking at an IWM put. You know, IWM is the strongest right now, and I would have to agree with you. I freaking still think everything should be shorted. Everything. I think all indices, no matter what you pick, the SPY, QQQ, IWM, I think they all should be seeing a little bit of softening here. I still like SPY for a short. SPY right now is negative in the pre-market, just slightly negative. Whereas the Qs are still showing some strength through semis, and IWM still showing some strength as well. But I think everything deserves a put play. You know, I've lost money yesterday trying to short the indices with some 0DTEs. Made quite a bit on the swing trade side, but definitely lost some money trying to short the main indices with some 0DT puts. It was just a grinder all day. That being said, today's a new day and I'm always up for another attempt, and we still have quite a big extension move that should come lower here. The only concerning thing is that Trump speaks this morning, so I might wait after Trump speaks to look for an entry, but we'll see if the markets want to give us a short entry today. Just going through some final tickers. If there's anything you guys want me to take a quick peek at, let me know now before we open. I'm just scrolling through my master list, seeing if there's anything else worth mentioning. This HSDT is catching a little bit of a pump this morning after it had a huge sell-off yesterday, down 33.6%, up about 10.8 this morning. Interesting. Dollar still weak, gold still strong, crude still ripping. They are ripping. Uber had a really nice day yesterday. It is trying to gap up. Came in from the highs, but still trying to break out. We're seeing a little bit of insider selling in that name. Copper still showing resiliency. This ACN still showing resiliency. Whoops. Again, Rigetti absolutely flying. Up 3% or so. RKT had a nasty down day yesterday. Seeing a little bit of continuation. RKLB, after it was green yesterday, it's showing a little bit of momentum continuation. Same thing with ASTS, that's showing some continuation momentum. Let's look at Chipotle quickly. Chipotle still trying to move up off of the lows. Kava still trying to move up off of the lows. You're looking at a wolf call. Let's take a peek at wolf. WOLF. Yeah, not a bad area. If you're wanting to use that low pivot as your stop loss, not the worst area for wolf. Not too bad. This is going to trade with the market though. So if the market stays firm, this one can obviously stay firm. But if it starts to slip, then you're going to obviously see that one also slip it a little bit down. But not bad. Yeah, wolf's not bad. Not a bad ticker. I'm actually looking at doubling down on my IONQ short. I only took a half position off that area. So I am looking at shorting IONQ, doubling down my initial short play. So my average is 69, but that's pretty much what I'm interested in doing at the open. All right, let's see what else we got going on real quick. Yeah, that's pretty much it. CCL cruise lines are seeing a little bit of strength today. Interesting. Let's look at some of the high volume things from yesterday. Let's quickly take a peek at some of the movers yesterday. So Soundhound saw a nice bid, SOUN. That's still showing momentum, trying to break out to the upside. DNNN. CoreWeave options are expensive. CoreWeave options are expensive. They are. DNN, obviously seeing some strength. Grab, this is another momentum play that is continuously grinding higher. Looking pretty good. SLNH. SLNH. SLNH also, wow, look at that move on SLNH after a blockbuster move yesterday, gapping up to 291 again today. Crazy. Jeez, that is crazy. What about Box L? So hard sell off from the highs. Gapping down this morning. Box L trading at 342. Nasty little gap down there. AAL saw a considerable amount of volume yesterday, pushing back up. All right, so I'm going to go split screen. Obviously, I am looking at shorting indices yet again today, but I think the two that I'm watching are going to be IONQ. I'm looking at doubling down my short here, my common share short. Again, it's still a pretty low priced equity that I don't mind adding to my share short. Your call options are AMD, Amazon, Intel, Nvidia, Open, Circle, Oracle, Snap, TSA, and Wolf. Nice. Nice job. All right, let's turn off some of these ATRs real quick. Don't need them. Whoops. And we will watch. I'm going to watch Plug Power because that's what I'm also interested in shorting. And then in terms of a long, let's see what the market wants to present itself. So we got the Qs there. We got the dollar. I got to stand up here. So again, anything above 3 gets me interested in Plug Power for a short, okay? And I am looking at adding to my IONQ for a short. SPY right now, slightly negative in the pre-market, slightly. 5 minutes till the open. Just gonna do a few push-ups, get the blood flowing. That's a good list of options for sure. All right. Qs and Russell on my other screens here. Obviously, the mega caps you're seeing Nvidia gapping down this morning. Nvidia probably gets bought up, I would have to imagine, and pushes. So we'll see again. We have Trump set to speak a little bit later, so keep that in mind. POTUS is set to speak. More selling being observed in CoreWeave. I'm surprised it's staying this firm on the session. Wow. So we are open. You're seeing the markets. IONQ, come on, above 74. I'll add to my short. All right, guys, I just added to my IONQ short there, 74.11, 74.11. I won't add anymore, but 74.11. Buy is coming in just a little bit. Nvidia is still weak. Rigetti strong. SoundHound strong. Apple's gone positive. Plug Power up 10%. Open down 3.6. Nvidia down 1. Dixie's trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Seeing IONQ still ripping to the upside. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. What else we got going on? Nice job. Your most profitable day on NVIDIA calls. Amazing, amazing stuff. Yeah, BBAI is flying up 6.2%. Snapchat catching a bid. Open doors under a little bit of pressure this morning. So we're seeing a continuation selling in open. That's coming down quite sharply yet again, under $8. Remember, the low retest on open after it saw that nasty decline is all the way down here around $7. But you have to imagine it's probably going to firm up here. BBAI has a little bit of top wick distribution. Let's look at Plug Power again. Plug is seeing some buy side pressure continuing here. I like it above $3 for a short. I'd say you got Marvell down sharply. Plug is still up 10. SMCI doing well. IONQ still a beast right now. Apple seeing some top wick distribution. SPY potentially coming into a bit of an aggressive short zone. If SPY were to sweep the highs, I'd consider a short trade on it. IWM is doing really well right now, pushing to the highs yet again on your Russell 2000. So your Russell 2000 is continuing to shake and move here, sweeping that high pivot from Thursday. IMQ still flying. All right, Plug Power's into an aggressive short zone here. Let's see if we can get it to squeeze a little bit above $3. Is kind of my level that I get interested in. IONQ is still a beast. My average here on IONQ common shares is sitting around the 71.70 area. Nvidia is softening up a little bit more, quite a bit more actually. Nvidia is seeing sell side pressure. Open door is down 6.8% right now, so that's coming in sharply. Really, really nasty decline on open. Bitcoin still holding steady at the moment. GDX starting to come in a little bit. Nvidia down 1.38%. Open is down 8% and falling, guys. Open door is not liking this price action. Remember, I still think this is a $4 to $5 stock. All right, that pump on. Let's look at better BETR. That one's probably also going to be a short setup. What else we got going on? Micron's still strong. Ultimmune's still strong. Adobe having a really nice bid here. ADBE starting to firm up just a touch here. So Adobe is shaking and moving this morning, catching a really nice bid. Look at IONQ starting to come in just a touch here. IONQ, beautiful. Beautiful reversal on IONQ, guys. Again, my short average is sitting right here. Come on down, IONQ. We've been patient. I've had an opportunity to take quite a bit of profits off of IONQ, but I've been patiently waiting. SPY is still trying to press here. Adobe ripping, nice move. CNC, UNH still showing a little bit of strength here in the pre-market. Come on down, IONQ. Saba Sciences is squeezing today, guys. SAVA, that's a high short interest name, gapping up here, pushing to the upside. Looking pretty good. Pretty good. Ticker FLD, seeing some volume. We did cover that on the news base. This partnered with Visa and Stripe, offering a bit of a crypto credit card. So that's obviously showing strength. Your Russell 2000 is just absolutely moonshotting here. Back to the high side. S&P 500 still strong. Again, we do have Trump in a few minutes here, guys, set to speak. Looking at Oklo. Oklo is under a little bit of pressure despite... Actually, uranium is coming in as well, guys. Uranium coming in sharply. So Oklo definitely coming in. Come on down, Oklo. Looking at Dragonfly, DPRO, we did exit and take profits yesterday, and that's coming in quite nicely. DPRO. Apple still strong. Broadcom still doing well. Oklo's under quite a bit of pressure. Look at IONQ, guys. Almost going to the dark side of the moon. IWM is still strong. SoundHound still slightly positive. BBAI still holding steady. Nvidia down 1.6. Open down 8. Plug is still up 7.5, but off of the highs. Crazy, crazy. China stocks are still seeing a little bit of a bid here, but Yang is trying to push higher, guys. Another down day for ALAB. ALAB is looking a little bit heavier here. Lululemon taking a breather. Take a look at Open Door, guys. Open Door getting absolutely smacked here. SPY puts look interesting. The market's looking pretty heavy here. Market is looking fairly heavy. IONQ getting smoked. Russell 2000 still performing quite well. Look at Open Door, another down day, double-digit down day, potentially hitting a symmetrical move. Again, this was your after-hours load all the way down here around $7. We're still seeing Open Door getting hit quite hard here. SPY still consolidating constructively here. Come on down, IONQ. I want IONQ to come all the way down to its prior day low. That's where I think this name is going to fall to. Looking at the Russell, Russell's still holding at the highs here. Nvidia getting absolutely smoked. Your S&P 500 still holding steady. Pretty impressive. BABA still green. Oracle getting smoked. That's down 3%. I think Oracle's under pressure today because you have smart investors saying, okay, if this TikTok buyout is true, we're probably going to see a dilution. Yeah, Oklo finally coming in a touch here, down 4.84%. It still has quite a bit of work to get back to my short level, but nice to see it is coming in substantially here. You are seeing the markets, a lot of distribution in individual names. Quite a bit of distribution in individual names. Your Dixie is trying to catch a bit of a bid. Soundhound still green. Rigetti still positive. Big Bear AI still up 4. SLE up 142. Open down 8. Plug is still up 6.7. Kenview is still up 5.36. Intel having a nice day. That's up 2.7%. Interesting. Again, Trump set to speak very shortly, guys. Very shortly. All right, guys, I'm taking the rest of my profits on this LDI if it makes a new low. This is, again, that member short trade. If we sweep this low, I'm going to take the rest of my profits, just as a heads up. Looking at Plug Power. Plug Power still trying to float and grind here. Still floating. IONQ still up a couple percent. Finally seeing WDC catching a little bit of sell side pressure. Oklo is still looking somewhat heavy here. Open door, still down 7, but trying to bounce off of the lows. Come on down, Oklo. You got lots of room to fall. Oklo should test this pivot sweep here, guys. Especially if the market comes in, Oklo should go down to prior day low. So I think even an aggressive trade idea would be 125 puts today. I think that could work out. Just wait for the little bit of a bounce to take place in the overall uranium chart, and then I think Oklo is a continuation short all day today. Google slightly negative. What else we got? SE seeing some sell side. Energy stocks are doing well. Snapchat under pressure. Healthcare stocks still acting okay. How's SRPT? Because I know that was seeing some volume in the pre-market. Let's see that name. SRPT is not into a bad area here. It did go briefly negative, but still looking pretty constructive. Let's look at Humana and healthcare stocks. IWM is still at the highs of the tape, guys. Wow, look at Humana bouncing quite nicely. UNH is still flying. ONDS, seeing a pretty hard sell on ONDS from the highs they're gapping up, getting sold into right now. Adobe still green. WBD doing well. A-Lab really looking heavy here, so A-Lab's coming in sharply. A-Lab could be heading for a double-digit down day. SPY getting heavy here now, guys. SPY getting really heavy. Ondas, Apple coming in. So SPY and so Qs are actually negative here. SPY's flat. IWM strong. Come on. We are seeing quite a bit of red starting to appear on the screen. Oracle down 3.3. A-Lab getting smoked here. Ondas about to go negative. Nvidia down 2%. What an absolute pump and dump on that news headline yesterday. I'm so pissed about Nvidia because I was shorting and I think the market was ready to come down yesterday and there's just too much short interest off of the open, and then they come out with that bullshit headline around OpenAI. Like, what a Ponzi. Just shuffling money around is crazy. Your dollar is catching a nice bid here. Really nice bid. Look at IONQ. We're almost green on that name. Come on down. IONQ. I want to be paid on this name. Now I have a very decent sized short position on the common shares side. Looking at SPY, SPY still just consolidating, holding here. PayPal doing well, SMCI still green, Snapchat down 1.7, Ethereum seeing some distribution. CNC still doing quite well here. SPY is starting to get a little bit more distributive here. Look at CNC trying to punch to the high side, breaking out. Let's look at UNH. Soundhound about to go negative. Cypher's gone negative. This SES, I wonder if there's a short trade on this SES. Look at IONQ, epic reversal from the highs here. SES looks like it's probably going to come in here. What a stunning move there for SES. Crazy. Crazy, crazy move. Markets are heavy here, coming in sharply for the main indices. SPY under pressure, QQQ under more pressure. Q and SPY are negative, IWM just holding slightly positive. Yep, markets look like they're going to end negative today. They certainly could. You have Apple and Nvidia getting real heavy. Tesla still green. Meta, Google, Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, Amazon, all negative on the tape. You look at Amazon. Amazon's getting absolutely dusted right now. Down 1.87 after Amazon underperformed yesterday. Seeing quite a bit of selling today. Oklo continuing to sell today. Oklo down about 5% on the tape. Very cool to see. Micron still holding steady into its earnings. Adobe still green. IONQ still slightly green, but coming in sharply. Big Bear AI still up 3%. Open Door down 8.29. Plug Power still up 10. Fold down 7. RR down 4.3. Nvidia is giving opening 100 billion so they can use that money to buy Nvidia. Yeah, exactly. 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 Ponzi. Robbing Peter to pay Paul. Using the same money to rotate. Nevertheless, um, yep, definitely sounds like round tripping to me for sure. IONQ and the markets are trying to bounce here. Nvidia is still looking extremely heavy. Extremely heavy. Archer Aviation's showing some strength. Archer is trying to get a little bit of a bid here in continuation. Quite interesting. Let's look at Baba. Baba has been relentless, still showing some strength at the highs here. Baba is still beasting. Western Digital finally seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, but getting bought up yet again. WDC, IONQ catching a nice bid. Your Russell 2000 is just absolutely ripping to the upside right now. So IWM putting the market on its back. Crude oil still strong, gold still strong, nat gas slightly positive, 10 and 2 year yield negative, VIX is green, Apple's green, Tesla's green, JP Morgan green, Netflix red, Meta, Google down a little bit, Nvidia down 2%, Amazon down 1.85. Your Dow components are green on the session. Looking at our sectors of the S&P 500, let me pull those up real quickly. Communication stocks are certainly under some near-term pressure today, leading the charge to the downside with Google and Meta. If we look at our S&P 500 sectors, you have the majority of the market actually green today. Wow, look at this Russell, guys. Holy moly. Up almost 0.84%. I don't know what POTUS is saying, but sounds like he's pumping this market to the high side. So every sector in the market is green today except for XLK. So technology is under quite a bit of pressure. Energy is outperforming. That's up 1.67%. Materials are strong today. You also have retail strong, biotech strong, which is why you're seeing such crazy strength in the Russell 2000. Your QQQ definitely leading the charge to the downside. And why? That is because XLK is showing some net signs of distribution. So technology does have a tendency to weigh in on this market, but a lot of the selling that is occurring off of the open isn't leaving the market right now. It's actually rotating. But this IWM is now getting stretched here. The Qs are definitely the easier short on the session since you are seeing distribution. But IWM negating and breaking out of this bullish pattern here upside from this inverse head and shoulders gives us a move to about, wow, we've actually surpassed the move. So again, IWM is looking interesting for a short, but very strong. That's all I can say is super duper strong on the tape. Very crazy. Open door getting absolutely pummeled. Now down 9.31%, guys. Crazy move down. Oracle down 3.6. Archer Aviation catching a fat bid right now. Lululemon green. UPS green. Smith & Wesson green. Micron still pushing. Interesting price action. Still have Ocul catching a fat bounce right now. Craziness. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Let's look at SPY. SPY into a bit of an aggressive short zone. Your IWM is still ripping, guys. Can you believe it? Healthcare still staying strong. Oracle lagging. VST under pressure. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So QQQ is your better short today with distribution occurring in mega cap tech right now. So Qs are your weakest indice. If you're looking to short an indice, it would be your NASDAQ. Obviously, it's down slightly on the session. I'm waiting for a bit more of a bounce. It's tempting to short the Russell, but I don't know. They're just doing craziness to the Russell today that it's a tougher short. All right, you do have your dollar index trying to firm up here. So DXY is showing some signs that it's trying to catch another little bid. Interesting. Micron still strong. QQQ trying to catch a bit of a bid here. I'm looking at the 600 puts for the Qs. I think 600 zeros look intriguing here, guys. Again, we do have Trump set to speak, or I think he's speaking right now, to be honest. Our Qs are starting to come in a little bit. SPY seeing some distribution. IWM seeing a little bit of top wick selling. XLK still your only negative sector. Qs are still coming in quite sharply here. Oracle down 4.15. ALAB down 5.6. Oclo down 3. Nvidia falling right now. Still all sectors are green except for XLK. Open door seeing heavy volume. Big Bear AI up 6.9. Soundhound ripping. Rigetti still strong. Intel up 3.82. Tesla up 0.5%. Craziness. QQQ bouncing. Trying to bounce a little bit on the Qs. Yang, China stocks still showing net distribution. Nvidia down 1.66%. That's had a nice bounce. Apple's gone negative. Google, Meta's still struggling. Tesla's your only mega cap that is green on the tape. Interesting. IWM printing a new high. IONQ catching a fat bounce. Dixie, your dollar index is moving here, guys. It's trying to break out on the intraday chart. So your US dollar showing some strength. Plug Power is now into a short level as well. I'm going to look to fade Plug here. That's well above a key level. I'm going to look to enter a short trade here, guys, on Plug Power. This is going to be a starter position. I just took a fill here at 315, guys. 315, I just took a half position fill on Plug Power. IonQ still strong. IWM still trying to push. You got SPY now pushing for another high. A lot of the market is trying to catch a really sizable bid here. Big push in the market. Big push. All right, NVIDIA SPY just printed a new high. This is the short level for SPY. If you're wanting to fade the Qs are probably a better area. VBAI is pushing, Apple curling down, IWM still holding steady, QQQ still negative, putting in a bit of a 5-minute chart bear flag. Come on. Come on, nice. Plug power's coming in, guys. Plug power is coming in. IONQ, QQQ right at the lows. IWM still at the highs. They're still pumping these small cap stocks. Crazy. Come on, plug power is coming in nicely, guys. Plug power is coming in quite nicely. Let's see if they can give us a nice reversal. Seeing a little bit of top book distribution. Qs are still weak. IWM still strong. Plug power still seeing it showing a little bit of resiliency here. Oklo back down 4%. Smith & Wesson having a really solid day. Oracle under quite a bit of pressure. Looking at ALAB, ALAB, that continues to see downside price action. Soundhound strong on the tape. SOUN trying to break out to the high side here. Tesla's trying to move up as well. Beautiful pump there on Soundhound. Adobe still showing a little bit of strength here in the market. Trying to come in just a little bit. Come on, plug power. Plug power. Again, members, I did put that initial TP1 zone where I'll look to trim half. I put it in the chat there. So we are up nicely on plug here. That is coming in. Come on, plug. Come on down. Come on down, plug power. Come on down. NVIDIA new lows. QQQ new lows. Markets breaking down through mega cap tech. BBAI still absolutely ripping. Intel still strong. Come on, plug. Come on in. Nice distribution continuing in plug power. Plug power. We're up 15 cents per a share. Beautiful job on plug. On down, plug. Hit that TP1. Plug power still looking heavy. We are nicely in the money on our plug short. This is one of our A plus setups along with IONQ. IONQ I do think is going to go negative on the session. You still have ALAB down 7%, Oracle down 4.7, Oklo down 4, SoFi green, Adobe almost up 1%, Nvidia down at the lows, QQQ down 0.22%, while your IWM is almost up 0.9. What a divergence between the market, mega cap tech. Maybe there's a day trade long on Amazon as well. Let me pull up this chart because we are getting smoked in Amazon land. They are just dumping Amazon today. Amazon does have an interesting long level coming up, guys. Really, really cool long level coming up on Amazon. Let me just isolate the target down a little bit more. You're going to do a liquidity sweep of this volume zone. I like it. I like it a lot. So Amazon's coming in. Come on, plug a little bit more. QQQ still going for new lows. IWM still holding at the highs of the session. If you're wanting to short IWM here, by all means, it's not a bad area. Risk to reward. I think you're in favor now after that big move up. They've blown out the shorts initially here. But IWM looks like a short. I have a really solid long level on Amazon, guys. I have a really good day tradable bounce level on Amazon. I'm waiting for that quite nicely. Come on, plug power. I want more. Come on, plug. Come on, plug. Again, I got 3,000 shares short plug off the 315 area, looking to trim half of them at 290. Come on, we are coming into target. Come on, plug power. Come on. Come on, plug. Pay me, pay me, pay me. We are coming in hot and heavy. Your Russell 2000 is now starting to see some distribution. Come on, plug. Plug's almost at TP1. Come on. QQQ catching a bid here. Tesla's still strong. Amazon's still weak. Come on, Amazon. Come a little bit lower. I want to see Amazon do a nice liquidity sweep. Again, I have a long Amazon. I'll let you know when it comes into the level. We're still a little bit away. Wow, Big Bear AI is still ripping. ALAB getting smoked down 7% on ticker ALAB. Take a look at that. ALAB's going to probably catch a bit of a bounce here. Open door still down about 8% on the tape. ALAB looks like it wants the gap fill. NVIDIA is still under a lot of pressure. Looking at Oklo is still coming in. Trying to hold steady here. Let's look at SMR. SMR still holding somewhat steady. Looking at SPY. SPY is still near the highs of the session, just flat on the tape. Can you believe it? Come on, we're 3 cents away from taking profits on plug power. Come on, plug, pay us. We're still up over 10.5% on PLUG. Give us a little bit more distribution here. Give us a little bit more distribution. IWM still an absolute beast at the highs right now. IONQ still slightly positive. Come on, IONQ. Come on, negative. Come on, plug power. Come on down. SoFi looking a little bit heavier here. IONQ still seeing a little bit of a buy the dip, or at least trying to. Apple trying to curl up. Russell's coming in. Plug trying to catch a bit of strength off of that OR high zone. Gold seeing a little bit of selling. Crude oil still ripping. Nvidia down 2%. Microsoft down 0.5%. Amazon down 2.5%. Apple just barely negative. Google just barely negative. Meta under a lot of pressure down 0.61%. Tessie still up 0.5%, but I'm expecting Tesla to give up the goods today. So I think Tesla's into a decent risk reward short zone as well. Archer Aviation's pushing for $10 again. Lululemon's green, UPS green, Duolingo down. DRS still strong. Ondas still up 3%. Coterra doing wonderful. KT, RRC, Snapchat down a couple. Chipotle still green. Marvel under a little bit of pressure. Healthcare stocks still doing wonderfully well. Bitcoin slightly green. Nat Gas trying to move up. Come on, S&P 500 trying to find a little bit of support here. QQQ still negative on the tape. Your S&P 500 is slightly negative on the session, still holding up quite well. Dixie catching another little candle to the upside. You got your VIX, UVXY is catching yet again another bid. Look at your VIX, guys, just starting to rip here. Interesting price action on your UVXY after it had that little bit of a failed breakout off of this move here. It's now testing that neckline and trying to break out yet again. So your SPY is looking pretty heavy in my opinion. Your S&P 500 should start to come down pretty sharply here. Right now SPY is still just trading inside its OR low and its OR high. IONQ about to go negative. Give us a topping tail, IONQ. IONQ downside move today could drop us all the way down to 66.40. That's where we could drop down to today. 66.40. Plug power. We're still short plug. Plug coming into TP1. IONQ has gone negative. That's what I like to see. Take us downtown, IONQ. Oklo still down about 4% and change. Micron still holding steady. Oklo, come on down, IONQ. There's TP1, guys, on plug power. Beautiful little trade. I trimmed half, 1,500 shares, trimmed profits there on plug. Netted just over $375 on my first 1,500. Look at that. Banger. 7.75% win there. And we still have half the position. Let's take this into the ground. Big win. That's a really big win. Moving stop loss to break even on my plug short, guys. Moving stop loss to break even. Next trim target will be a full round trip. Next trim target on plug power will be this gap fill, guys. Okay? Gap fill is my next trim. Kind of into this TP zone. We could easily get there. So, Sarfraz, you gotta call your trading desk and get on the hard to borrow list. They don't like to give shares for these lower priced equities and speculative trades because they're much more volatile and they don't want people to get blown out. So it's a little bit of a risk parameter that they put in place. But if you call your trading desk, every brokerage has a trading desk where there's literally a person or multiple people sitting behind there. They can put you on a hard to borrow list and you'll be able to pretty much get any single equity you want. So call up your trading desk. There's usually a 1-800 number for it. IONQ still holding steady. Amazon still looking weak. IWM trying to push. Come on, IONQ. We were green briefly there on IONQ. Just briefly tapped green on IONQ. Markets are trying to bounce just a touch here. Oklo catching a bit of a bounce. Figure down sharply. A-Lab still getting. See this Oklo really come in here. That's a nasty little high volume reversal from the highs so far. Is still trying to push here. Catching a bit of a bid. Nvidia catching a bit of a bid. IWM right back to the highs of the session. What a crazy beast mode of a market. Still seeing strength across the indices. Barely a dip. QQQs have dipped. Russell's not dipping. SPY is under pressure. Crude oil still pumping. 10 and 2 yield down still on the session. What else do we got going on here? 10:10 a.m. Markets have now established a bit of a range. We'll keep the S&P 500 up here. Again, you still have quite a bit of strength across the main indices, the S&P and the Russell leading the charge, while your tech sector, specifically mega cap tech, is under pressure today. SPY, I'm looking at fading SPY off of a next high push. I think that this OR high range breakout's probably going to be a liquidity trap. Still have mega cap tech under quite a bit of pressure. Plug Power, nice profits there. Open Door still down 8.89. Big Bear AI still up 12.1%. What a beast. Damn, what a beast. Craziness, eh? DRS still pumping. Solar stocks are still mixed. Archer's still doing well. That's up 4% for Archer. Archer's trying to make a little bit of a run here. Let's see what it's made of. Come on. Go, Archer, go. Archer Aviation trying to show some strength today. Again, I am interested in fading the S&P off of that next high push. So we've had Trump speak. We've had some S&P data. Your PMI data came slightly worse, which is why the dollar sold off. Your services PMI came in slightly worse, but kind of in line. You got President Trump supposed to be speaking at 9:50. I don't even know if that's happened. You got Fed Chair Powell at 12:35, and then your 2-year note auction. That's a little bit later. So there's still some market moving events. But I think that once Trump is done, we should see the market come in quite nicely. They're probably keeping it fairly elevated here. Look at Archer Aviation squeezing here. Amazon's still weak. Again, I'm interested in shorting SPY, but I want to see it make a little bit of a higher push here. IWM is still an absolute beast right now. Craziness. Apple's starting to soften up a little bit more. Baba's still up 1.5. Oracle still down 4.3. A-Lab down 6.6. Vistra down 6 points, down 4.38. Wow. Oklo's still down 1.5, but that's rebounded off of the lows quite nicely. Adobe getting faded. Plug Power continuing to come in. Archer Aviation still trying to squeeze here, guys. Looking at plug power, that is still coming in quite nicely. Still have runners on the trade. Again, I want to see plug power go back to the negative side. That would be a nice 15% intraday short trade. Beautiful. IONQ still looking heavy here. Still up 1% though, but well off of the highs. SPY still looking a little bit heavier here. IWM has some top wick distribution. Archer Aviation looking like it's going to squeeze, guys. Breaking out 3 or 50-day moving average. Archer Aviation is looking like a squeezer today. eVTOL stocks are ripping to the upside. SPY still under a little bit of pressure. Ocul coming back down. Apple's trying to push. Uranium making a nice push higher here. Wow, they're trying to push URA to the upside here. Trump started talking. Thank you. Cabin saying ASTS is moving up nicely. Let me look at these space stocks on my other screen here. Yeah, wow, what a breakout there on ASTS, guys. That's a stunning move there. Crazy, and that's probably just because small caps are ripping here, but yeah, good observation there, Cabin. Really strong move. Let's look at RKLB. Yeah, AST. RKLB kind of lagging just a little bit here. Let's look at RKT. That's still trying. IWM, still a monster at the highs of the session. Archer Aviation clearing $10. This is where you start to see those in the money $10 calls start to come in and flood in. We are seeing some huge flow creeping into Archer. I think Joby's probably catching a sympathy. Yep, that whole eVTOL complex is ripping. I think Joby's probably going to sweep this high. So Archer Aviation is ripping here. Let's look at SPY since Trump is speaking. New high there for Archer. Come on, Archer. Keep squeezing. Keep squeezing. Oklo's still catching a bid. Uranium has gone positive now, guys. URA showing some strength. Impressive. Plug power still coming in. SPY still coming in. Jeez. Open doors still heavy. Craziness. SES still trying. Come on, Archer. SPY looking a little bit heavier here. QQQ still down 0.18. IWM still up 0.9. Amazon down 2. Microsoft down 0.34. Nvidia down 1.8 but trying to stabilize. Apple slightly green up 0.7. Sorry. Google down 0.13. Meta has firmed up off of the lows. Barely negative. Tesla now getting faded here. So we are seeing Tesla starting to come in. Your Russell 2000 also starting to come in sharply. Natural gas still moving higher. Crude oil still moving higher. And look at Tesla. Tesla's looking like a bit of a short here, guys. Tesla coming in sharply, hard and fast. Open door also still looking exceptionally weak. Let's look at this ticker, BETR, which is eating Open Door's lunch. Yep, that's still up nicely on the session. Craziness, eh? Archer Aviation still squeezing. Where can Archer go today? Well, Archer can go quite a bit higher. Near-term resistance is going to be this little trend line zone, which we should pierce and sweep at the very minimum. 4-hour chart, you're going to come into a little bit of resistance at the 1007 area, but I'm expecting we should even have a push through that. I would say that 1020 is a target that we could see for Archer Aviation today, especially if the indices hold up. SPY is looking a little bit heavier. Open door, new lows for Open Sesame. Craziness, eh? Look at Open continuing to knife to the downside. That is filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. SPY has a bit of a top wick distribution candle forming on your hourly chart. It is starting to come in. Just 1 second, guys. I'm getting a phone call. Some BS 1-800 number. I don't need that. Plug power. Look at open door. 744. Open is now down double digits yet again. It is a full-fledged sell in open door technologies. Plug power continuing to print. Look at plug going down. Huge, 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 huge trade there for plug. I like it a lot. Your S&P 500. Let's look at IONQ now. IONQ still just chopping around, guys. S&P 500 curling slightly lower. OCO still down 1.45. Again, we still have Trump speaking. SPY right now is holding steady. IWM, a little bit of top wick distribution. Google and mega caps are significantly under pressure. Archer new high of day. Squeeze Archer, squeeze. We're writing those $10 October 3rd calls. SPY's starting to curl down. SPY getting heavy here, real heavy on your S&P 500. Curling down sharply here. IWM coming in. Netflix under pressure. Financial stocks still doing well. Gold is starting to see a distribution. There might be a short trade on GDX here again, intraday. Yeah, GDX is coming in sharply here. Gold starting to weaken here. The Dixie hasn't even really moved here, but markets are under pressure. VIX is starting to fly, guys. Your SOXS looks like it's probably going to try to turn green on tape. We are seeing the S&P getting much heavier here. Retesting OR low. Plug power looks like it's going to keep going lower. Come on down, IONQ. Come on down. Apple softening. NVIDIA is still trying to hold steady. Amazon trying to bounce just a little bit here. Open door still down 10.44% on open, guys. What an incredible dump. Like I said, this is probably a $4 to $5 stock. It should come lower. Crude oil absolutely ripping to the upside right now. Just a behemoth. Crazy. Look at SWBI, guys. That is breaking out of an intraday bull flag pattern here. SWI, beautiful tight consolidation, breaking out to the high side, looking to work itself into this gap fill. Its gap fill would still imply a move of roughly just under 9%. That's a strong stock. Starting to catch a bid. DRS also breaking out of a stage 1 little basing formation here. Looking very, very strong. Micron still holding quite steady. Plug Power continuously softening up here along with the main indices. IONQ still green, but I'm expecting that to go negative. Snapchat still down. Healthcare stocks seeing a little bit of selling. Bitcoin still slightly green. Marvell still holding steady. A lot of strength in your energy stocks today. SPY new lows, guys. SPY absolutely gushing now. This market is in trouble, guys. Trump is still speaking and they're absolutely knifing it here on him. Dixie's catching a really sizable bid. Your UVXY trying to move up here. We are seeing a lot of mega cap distribution coming in sharply. BBAI could be a short here. Good risk to reward on BBAI short. That could. Tesla's gone negative after it was strong all day. It's now seeing distribution. Plug Power only up 6%. Coming in sharply. Today, I think, is definitely a short day. Markets are under quite a bit of pressure. We'll see if the Russell 2000 wants to go negative. IONQ still chopping down a little bit. BBAI again is into a short level. Apple though trying to push. So Apple's still looking quite firm. Again, BBAI did a nice liquidity sweep. The next bounce on the S&P is probably a shortable pop. Can see that SPY is trying to break down from its OR low. There's not much support. If you lose this pivot, you should see a sell down to the 665 zone. Getting a little bit of a bounce now in the market. Let's look at Plug again. I'm still looking for Plug to go lower. Plug did make a new low of day. Still ripping on that short. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Look at Plug just absolutely melting, guys. Double-digit gain intraday. Absolute beast mode for Plug. Absolute beast mode. My runners are still printing up almost $600 more on Plug here. Come on, Plug. Sell it down. Plug, plug, plug. Coming in hot. IONQ trying to catch a bid. Your IWM now is trying to see some sell side pressure while the S&P is bouncing. Again, this is a short to pop right into this 666.81 is an aggressive short. Kind of retracing most of this wide range red bar breakdown zone. There is an aggressive short. SPY can touch 663.80 today. Yep, it could go quite a bit lower for sure. Just got to be careful that Nvidia doesn't catch a bounce in Amazon because they're oversold right now and trying to hold steady. Power still melting. Apple pushing though, so that's helping the indices. IWM's curling down. QQQ still negative. SPY still negative. Open door still down 10.92%, guys. Craziness. Like power trying to catch a bit of a bid. Yeah, I think you'll be okay there, Ram. I think you'll be okay. They're trying to bounce the markets just a little bit here. Amazon's still struggling. Nvidia's trying to firm up. So they're trying to defend this. Let's see if we trigger this little bit of a head and shoulders on SPY, where we could go to. That would take us down to this area here. Members, just be aware of the day trading alert that I sent out. Again, it's very risky. It's very risky. If you're wanting to trade something a little less out of the money, you can move your strike up a little bit. But I did take a very aggressive trade. It's small size. You know, I'm basically using some of the plug power profits, seeing if I can get another little double. Oklo has had a nice bid. That's firmed up. Firmed up quite nicely. Plug power catching a decent sized bid. Let's look at the IWM here. Nvidia is still trying to push up a little bit here. Seeing the dollar trying to firm up just a little bit. Intel still up 3.95%. SoundHound still up 8. Big Bear AI squeezing up 13.85. Plug Power well off of its highs up 5.6. Open Door down 11.3. Tesla back to the green side. I did enter put options. Come on. SoFi looking a little bit heavier here. Your Russell 2000 starting to come in. SoFi, big dip down, big bounce, looking like it wants to come lower. Look at the strength and resiliency in Oklo. I mean, my oh my, uranium just keeps trying to press here. Incredible, eh? Look at Smith and Wesson today, guys. SWBI absolutely ripping. Bang, bang. Making bullets. Look at that. Shooter. Smith and Wesson's a shooter today. Crazy mover. Nvidia now seeing a little bit more distribution coming in from the highs here. Let's see what this Russell wants to give us. Amazon still looking heavy here. Nvidia coming in slightly. Tesla back to the green side, but just barely. Apple still holding near the highs of its session, but running into its prior day high level here. Definitely some resistance being tagged on Apple Dapple. S&P 500 starting to curl down. Come on down, S&P 500. Come on down. Plug Power still seeing a little bit of selling. IONQ trying to push. Dixie softening. Nvidia still down. Certain small caps are still squeezing. Your Russell 2000 still very elevated here. SPY looks like it could potentially be on the precipice of breaking lower here. Is it going to trigger a little head and shoulders here, guys? Here we go. Come on, break that trend line, SPY. Absolutely break it. Break it. Come on, pay the shorts in the morning. Pay the shorts in the morning. Pay us, pay us, pay us, pay us. We're seeing Nvidia looking like a 10-minute bear flag, like it wants to go lower. Microsoft getting heavy. Look at SPY getting heavier here. Come on down, S&P, melt it lower. IWM seeing heavy selling. Amazon still looking heavy here. Nvidia curling down sharply. Apple still holding steady. So if Apple starts to sell, it should really come on in. They're keeping SPY slightly elevated here. Apple still green, Meta green, Tesla green. Netflix down 1%, Nvidia testing 180, down 1.93. Amazon down 2.17, QQQ down 0.16. Qs are still your weak spot in the market. SPY slightly negative. IWM still holding strong, but coming in from the highs, testing OR high. If IWM loses this, not much support has been made. Come on, SPY is trickling. Come on down, S&P. Melt us lower. Come on. We have broken the OR low. If you get a bounce and retest, that is a short zone on SPY. Let's see where our volume is sitting. Yep, we've breached it. We could head all the way down to our value area low, which is 664.81 on SPY. Quite interesting. Still trying to defend price here. IONQ catching a decent size bid. Soundhound still trying to push. Open still down 10.3, but trying to firm up off of the lows. SPY still looking pretty heavy here. A little bit of a buy the dip trying to come in. $10-minute SPY chart still looks heavy. Your Russell 2000 is getting a bounce though. Interesting. Amazon still coming in. Snapchat still slightly negative. Apple still green. Copper stock still okay. Healthcare stock still doing okay on the session. They're still trying to defend SPY right off of this little neckline zone. Nat gas is pushing to the upside. Open still down sharply. Archer still up 3. Baba's still trying to push. Oracle down 5%. SBET's green. Micron still green. IONQ still holding steady. Smith & Wesson still up 4%. Yang ETF still trying to move. JP Morgan getting faded slightly here. Come on down, SPY. SPY is still dripping here. Nice sell on SPY. So if we take a retrace from that low to this high, you can see SPY's trying to hang on to that first fib level. IWM still holding bullish technical structure off of that OR high. Nvidia still looking bearish. Gold still strong. Nat gas, crude oil absolutely ripping still. Mega cap tech is still your weakness in the market. You can see how much pressure the mega cap techs just put on this market. Apple, Meta still green. Tesla's flipped back to the negative side. Google coming in a little bit. Nvidia is still down sharply. Microsoft still under pressure. SPY trying to catch a bid. Oklo trying to go positive with uranium. What an absolute filthy beast. IONQ trying to push up a little bit. Plug Power still under pressure. What else we got? WDC up again. AVGO Broadcom, that's doing nicely today. A-Lab still down, but off of the lows. Oracle still under a lot of pressure today. Bitcoin's looking heavier here. Still slightly green. Your Dixie getting slightly faded. 2 and 10-year yield are basically flat to negative. SPY has technically lost the opening range low now. On 2 5-minute bearish closes, you have confirmed the breakdown. So again, if they pop it up, this is an aggressive short zone. I'm looking for now the next 10-minute candle close. They are trying to pop it up just a little bit here. IWM still moving here. Gold still acting well. Nat gas is just continuing to squeeze here. Thought today was today's only Tuesday. I thought it was Wednesday for some reason. I was expecting nat gas inventories, but that's tomorrow. So a bit of a facelift in SPY right now. Quiet. All right, that's your aggressive short zone on SPY. Right back to OR low. If that turns out to be a liquidity sweep and grab, that would just be filthy. But that is your aggressive short zone on the S&P 500. We'll see if the market sells off into Powell. Remember, we still have Powell in the afternoon. Maybe we sell off into Powell and then Powell pumps us up. Or maybe they just chop us sideways, but we still have net distribution in your mega cap techs, which always make it dangerous for the rest of the market. Because when mega cap tech is under pressure, it's so heavy and saturated in this market, and then obviously people get a little bit spooked out of some of their riskier high growth stocks. So typically when mega cap tech sells, you usually see other sectors of the market start to follow suit. So a little bit of rejection there on the S&P 500 off of that OR low. Again, that was technically your short zone. We have 2 little necklines now. The market is really due for a pullback. Apple starting to come in a little bit. Apple's getting a little bit heavier. The helpful thing is that the Dixie is still weak. The Dixie is about to go negative. Still trying to carve a bit of a bottom. The dollar's still holding its 7-day moving average, but on the daily chart, but definitely weak still. Plug Power, nice bounce. Apple's still curling in. Google softening up. Meta's still doing well. Tesla's under pressure. Tesla looks like a fading opportunity, guys. I think Tesla retests 430 today. It's a pretty easy target in my opinion. Amazon still looking heavy. I have a really good long level on Amazon, but I could see Amazon going below 220 today. I could see Amazon below 220 today. IONQ still coming in. Micron is just holding its gains quite steady. Open Door catching a really nice bid. ONDS still acting well. Energy stock still holding steady. RRC ripping. CNC still ripping. Interesting. They are selling it. They are selling SPY and pumping the Russell here. A lot of bearish flow coming into your mega cap techs. Nvidia seeing some bearish flow. Microsoft seeing some bearish flow. Amazon seeing some bearish flow. TTD is ripping today. Let's look at TTD. Yeah, look at that. Wow. Wow. It really is. Yeah, TTD is ripping here. How's Palantir doing today? I haven't looked at that. PLTR coming in just a little bit. Roblox. Roblox coming in. Hood. Hood is also, wow. Hood is a potential short up here, ladies and gents. Robin Hood is a fading opportunity up here, guys. That is actually a very decent level. Very decent. Very decent level, guys. Apple getting heavy here. Nvidia getting heavy. Oof. Seeing some nasty sell side pressure hitting Apple. Those wanting to short Robinhood, that is a good area. Look at Apple. Apple's getting heavy on its 10-minute chart. It is coming in sharply here for Mr. Apple Dapple. That is filthy. Look at that. Amazon still under pressure. Ethereum still struggling on the tape. Nat Gas still cruising. Range Resources still a big mover. Range Resources going for another little breakout here. SPY continuing to sell here. CNC still trying to curl to the upside. UNH pumping, trying to break out of a potential bull flag pattern. So it's not a broad market sell today. You still have quite a bit of strength across the market. It's just certain stocks, your tech stocks are under pressure, seeing some capital rotation trades occurring. Some pretty big capital rotation trades are occurring today. Micron's still holding steady. Nvidia coming in sharply, guys. Big boys selling. Big boys are selling. Look at Nvidia, maybe a failed breakout on your daily chart. They are ripping it here. Come on, SPY puts, print us, print us, print us. We're almost up 50% on our SPY puts with members. Come on, keep going. Break this area. Break it. Break it. Nvidia's still looking saucy here. Apple coming in. Google still has quite a bit of room to fall. Google is looking like a bit of a bearish flag pattern here. H pattern not looking too good for Google. Meta right now, nice bounce on Meta. That one's a little bit tougher to short. Tesla looking like a fading lowercase h pattern. Tesla is a short into this gap fill, guys. End of week puts on Tesla look pretty interesting to me. Dixie is trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Your Russell 2000 is still a beast here, putting the market on its back right now for the Russell. Can you believe it? Why, oh my. That is crazy. IWM is still continuing to squeeze here. Pretty crazy move on the Russell. S&P big bounce. Plug power coming in sharply, guys. PLUG going for new lows on the session. That still is printing. IWM is probably a short at the high again. Your dollar's still just chopping sideways for the time being. Apple's still looking heavy. G stocks are still soaring here. SPY's still trying to hang on here. IONQ trying to push. Oklo still down 1.53%. Trying to bounce with uranium. Uranium is still positive. Gold still up 0.7, 10 and 2 negative. Markets are slowing down here. Come on. Tesla still negative. Rig up 9%. Wow. Soundhound still up 11.35. Holy moly. Big Bear AI. Damn. One day sold too soon on my Big Bear, eh? Left a little bit of profit there, but nevertheless, money's money. Nvidia still down a couple percent. Intel doing wonderfully well today, up 4.21. Bitfarms down 9.7%. BITF. Marvell's green. Snapchat still struggling. Plug Power still selling. Nvidia coming in a little bit more now. Come on down. Energy stocks are still your bright spot in the market right now. They are absolutely ripping. Ripping, ripping, ripping. Jeez, I'm really hungry today for some reason. Usually I fast with my coffee. I have protein in my coffee with MCT oil, and that usually holds me, but I am starving today. Seeing a nice little bit in OKTA. Interesting, there's quite a lot of divergences in semiconductors today. Quite a bit. Lululemon showing some resiliency today. So it does appear that Lulu's potentially putting in that little bit of a low pivot. This could be the low for Lulu for quite a long time. If it can clear this gap down pivot high here on a huge amount of volume, Lulu should be ready. And I mean, just like that, we are green on our Lulu common shares. And that one, again, we've been accumulating just commons for Lulu. So we are bullish. We also have some much farther dated. Surfer is taking $13 puts on QuantumScape. I like it. Let's see. $13 puts on QuantumScape for when? November expiry. Okay, let's see. Maybe I'll jump on board with you there. QS. IWM still just consolidating. Big bounce on your S&P 500. QuantumScape $13 puts for November. Let's see what those are priced at. November. Peter asking, how do I feel about CRMT for a swing trade? All right, QS puts are pretty cheap. They're a couple bucks there. Let me look at CRMT and then I'll look for an entry into. Yeah, one that's very oversold. America's Car Mart. Uh, 274 million. A little light on volume. So average 30-day volume is pretty thin for me, Peter. Just keep that on mind. It's very thin in volume, so this can have massive gap ups and gap downs. You've swept that COVID low liquidity crash, which is always a good thing, a nice liquidity sweep. Oversold, positive divergence. Yeah, there's a few factors here for CRMT. If you're wanting to take a stab at it, I mean, not a bad area. Just understand it's a lower volume name, so it's going to be harder to get exit and fills. And it does have a small amount of market cap, so I'd be cautious with the amount that you put into this. I personally won't trade. I mean, it has seen an increase to volume recently. If it was a little bit heavier in volume, I would be probably trying to take a stab here. Not a bad area. It's not a bad area for sure. No problem. I don't really know much about the company. I haven't looked into their earnings or financials, but all right, so QS could actually make one more sweep of the high there. It's getting close though, into a gap. Your next gap is all the way up here. Be careful with QS. I could still see it going to 1460 over the next couple sessions. Obviously, if the market comes in, this name will come in. But just be careful. I mean, November, you got lots of time. You know, it's not a bad area for sure. But it could still move a little bit higher if the market remains firm. But yeah, November, you should hit 13 by November. You probably hit 13 by mid-October. Yeah, exactly. I could see it going to fill this gap, if not even sweeping that high. Still strong. And just the way that stocks have been running recently, like I'm starting to become a little bit more cautious because I mean, I've tried shorting stocks into like 3 standard deviation levels and they've still run past that, which when a stock runs through a 3 standard deviation move, I mean, the statistical probability of that is crazy, crazy. So I'm just a little bit cautious because they are doing weird things to certain stocks in this market. And although QS is overbought, looks like, I mean, this isn't even this is probably what, a 2 deviation move. I have to look at it a little bit more, but just be cautious with it. SARP there, but I'll keep that on watch. For a day trade short, I would short it at the high sweep today. All right, SPY is coming in quite nicely. IWM still holding steady, so you're seeing a continuous bid in some of these high flyers. IO and Q catching another bid higher. It's extraordinary, some of these names. It's extraordinary. Nvidia still down 2, Apple down 0.29, Tesla down 0.4, Meta's green, Google's down 0.44, Microsoft down 0.6, SPY down 0.06, Qs are down 0.19, testing 601. Plug power still seeing some accumulation off of this little bit of a lower boundary area. Let's look at its sympathy here, Generac. Wow, look at Generac, full gap and crack, ladies and gents. That is filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Yeah, I think the whole market's going to come in pretty sharply here. I really, really think that's how I'm positioned off of SPY. I could still see SPY coming all the way down to my downside level on SPY today. Let me just pull it up here. So 664.79, and then if things got really nasty and Powell wanted to be ugly, 662.83 is my max downside move for SPY. For SPX, my max downside move would be, just give me a second here. Max downside move for SPX today would be around 6657. 6657. Right? IWM starting to get a little bit heavier here. SPY, once again, testing a potential head and shoulders breakdown. Russell's starting to come in. QuantumScape's starting to come in. Apple getting a little bit heavier here. Apple dabble. Come on down. It's your time to shine. SPYs, they still just don't want to break SPY down yet. Just shows you this market is just frothing at the mouth. The bulls are unrelenting. Unrelenting. Dixie's still softening. SPY getting heavier. IONQ still acting well. Oklo still acting well. NEO still acting well. Micron still up a couple percent. Here comes the S&P. Dump it, dump it, dump it. Come on, dump it. Dump it. Here comes SPY, guys. We're running for new lows here. Come on down. We're seeing the markets getting heavy in S&P land. Take us down. Like I said, this was your short zone off of opening range low. If you took that short, you are deeply in profit. We're looking for at least a trim into this 5-minute EMA. Still curling, Nvidia's still curling. Yeah, T-Doc had a nice move, I know. Healthcare stocks have certainly seen a liquidity move today. Capital rotating out of tech into XLV today. That is clear and obvious. Looking at Oscar, let's see OSCR. That's gotten faded from the highs. How's HIMS doing? HIMS also getting faded, but your UNH pumping, right? MRK, a little bit of a bid. J&J acting well today. CNC obviously acting well. VRTX. That's curling down. Regeneron. That's a big gap down on REGN today. How's Humana? Big move on Humana. Lululemon still holding steady, trying to grind. How's Nike doing? Under Armour still at the lows, catching a bit of a bid today. VFC right back up. Victoria's Secret, VSCO still trying to push here. Ethereum getting a little bit heavier here. ETH is starting to come in just a touch. BTC trying to come in just a touch. Order breakout on SOUN today. Huge mover. Again, I still think BBAI is probably going to get faded up here as well. I think there's a good risk to reward short area up here. IWM still holding its OR range here. Pretty extraordinary move there for the Russell. Still holding steady. SPY. So look at this relative divergence here. IWM small caps above its opening range high, SPY below. So a clear divergence can be observed. Clock, guys, 11 o'clock. We're seeing SPY under pressure, Qs under pressure, small caps still strong. A lot of weakness in the market, a lot of strength in the market. If we look at our sectors of the S&P 500, we still have majority of the sectors green, but you have had other sectors turn red. Okay? So at the open, there was only one sector red. Now you're starting to see a little bit more sectors. So again, XLK was your only red sector. Now you got consumer discretionary down, staples down. So you're seeing a little bit more weakness creeping into the market, which is telling us what? We could probably go lower. When you start to see more sectors slowly turning red, that's a bit of a problem. That's telling us that there is some relative strength. RSP is selling a little bit as certain sectors start to take a breather. You still have pockets of strength, but certain sectors are starting to come in. SPY is just relentless here. Plug coming in. Apple's still looking pretty heavy here. Apple looks like it could come down to at least 254 Pierce. Your QQQ is still coming in. XLK down 0.45. XLP down 0.18. Regional banks are still doing well, hence the strength in IWM. Retail still doing well, hence the strength in IWM. Your second best performing, so XLE is your second best performing sector right now, up 2.53. Sorry, XLE is your best performing sector, up 2.53. Materials is your second best performing sector, XLB up 0.53, and this is just S&P stocks. Then you got XLRE, which is showing some strength today. Financials are green, healthcare green. Nvidia trying to stabilize a touch. What else do we have going on today? Come on, Spyland. Amazon catching a nice bounce. SMH is green. SE under quite a bit of pressure. Archer Aviation still squeezing here. Look at Archer, guys. Archer just had a fat candle to the upside. Huge move. Guys, Archer calls here. I'm selling all of my $10 calls. I might be early, but I'm exiting all my Archer calls. So I'm all out of my Archer call options. Small gain. It wasn't our best entry, but still nevertheless made money on it. SPY still just hanging steady here while the Russell's starting to come in. Crazy. JP Morgan puts her printing. Still a strong stock, but coming in a little bit. So nice job there, picking a little bit of a high pivot there, Ram. The big level would be this OR high if it loses that. Big bounce continuation in SPY. You are seeing things get bid up yet again. More strength coming back into the market. Take a look at this SLE. That's up 162%. Slightly off of the highs. GLTO. What is that doing today? It's pushing. Sorry for saying GEMI is showing strength today. Let's look at GEMI. Wow. Rocket ship. Holy moly, yeah. That's a crazy move. How's the other recent IPOs? PTRN coming in. Stub. I tried trading Stub on the long side last week, got stopped out. Stub's trying to make a little bit of a move. What else was there? Figure, FIGR. Yeah, that's down at the lows. S&P 500, big bid. Right back up. They do not want to take this market down. Still seeing incredible resiliency in this market. Craziness. Oklo continuing to show some resiliency. IONQ just continuing to float and grind here. I mean, these quantum stocks are unrelenting right now. Unrelenting. Still under quite a bit of pressure. ANAT under pressure. Let's look at Skyworks. That had a really strong move yesterday. Still showing strength, going through a bit of consolidation, but nothing wrong with that pattern. Plug Power trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Apple still trying to catch a bid. Still doing well. Adobe back to the negative side. Another reason why you're seeing VST down, you've had quite a bit of insiders selling VST. Some more insider selling today for VST, taking profits. There's been a proposed sale in Oracle today. Price target 321.16 for the proposed sale on Oracle. There's an insider that is dumping, an officer dumping all of their shares, 33,800 shares, proposed sale 321.16. So that sale probably went through today. Still says it's proposed, but it probably went through today. It'll get reflected sometime this week, probably 2 days from now, but they sold 33,800 shares, proceeds 10.8 million at a price of 321.16. So quite a bit of insider selling there. Liquidation of all shares. Interesting. Very, very interesting. $6 million. SPY still holding steady, but starting to come in just a little bit. BDSX. What is this chart? CDA. Still seeing the IWM come through a little bit of distribution, consolidating. SPY still just chopping around. SPY still and Qs look much, much weaker, although the Qs have been catching a little bit of liquidity. Plug power continues to trickle down here. Seeing new lows on plug. That's a gift that keeps on giving. IO and Q finally taking a bit of a breather, coming in a little bit from the highs. Oklo still acting quite well. Uranium is still positive on the session. So that name is still trying to hold steady. Come on down, Russell. Still starting to get a little bit heavier here. Plug still melting. Nvidia just forming a bear flag. BBAI still coming in from the highs just a little bit. IWM is starting to get a little bit heavier here. Just a little bit heavier for the Russell. IO and Q getting heavier. Plug still getting heavier. Mega Cap Tech is trying to firm up as the Russell's coming in. It's crazy. That is crazy. 132.42. How is CoreWeave still holding here? You just had a yesterday a 10% owner, Magnetar Financial LLC, sold roughly 65% of their shares. They sold 734,000 shares of CoreWeave yesterday at a price of 132.42. Net proceeds 97.2 million. They still hold 360,000 shares, but sold 734,000 yesterday. That's crazy. That's a big dump on CoreWeave. I'm surprised the stock's still remarkably holding well. But that's a huge insider sell. Liquidating 65% of their shares. Crazy. That's filthy. IONQ still coming in a little bit. Apple pushing, Nvidia curling. Tesla trying to curl back to the positive side, still negative. You have this Russell 2000 starting to get a little bit heavier and weaker here. We are seeing it come down. We'll see if the S&P wants to give us a bit of a bearish trigger and breakdown. Like power still selling. Take a look at TGT in a second there, Peter. Just forming something here. Let's see if we end the day with the daily chopping tail on the Russell. There, we could be potentially setting up for a big afternoon sell here, guys. That's what I'm seeing here across the board. Peter's wanting to look at target for a long-term swing. Price of sales and PE historical lows. Let's take a peek. TGT, Target, 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 Target. Catching a nice bid today. Nice move. You know, it's into this interesting double bottom area. Nice oversold. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 potential consecutive weeks of downside. I would have liked to see it sweep this low pivot here. And it might be able to, but you know, for a long-term play buying into like deep into 2026 or even 2027, or if you're just holding commons, not a bad chart to start buying into. But I still had it, I'm watching it, I like it, but I still had it going for one more little low liquidity sweep there. But you know, at this area, it certainly has come in quite nicely. Yeah, it looks interesting. It's certainly getting stretched there to the downside. But if you're buying common shares, I would leave yourself some capital to add somewhere between the low 80s here, 82-ish. If you're starting to buy here, maybe only buy, you know, half a position or a 1/3. Leave yourself some maneuverability in the event that the market sells and this name goes a little bit lower. But it's getting ready. It's getting close. It's getting close for sure. All right, SPY. I'm still writing SPY puts. I've been patient with these, wanting for a bigger breakdown. SPY has barely moved to the downside. Still just chopping. You do have your Dixie starting to make a nice move here back to the above its 10-minute EMA. Sorry, it's 15-minute EMA. QuantumScape starting to curl slightly lower. IONQ coming in. Nat gas still strong. Bitcoin still holding steady. Snapchat has turned green. Marvell's green. Selling off a little bit more. It's now down 3% again. SPY's looking pretty weak here. We have tested this area quite a number of times. So chances are we're going to have a hard sell down here. Come on. Nvidia curling down, looking like a bear flag. Tesla's back to the negative side. Rigetti still up 9. Intel up 3.3. SoundHound still up 7.1. BBAI still testing $8, up 12.85. Open still down 6.3, but it has rebounded off of the lows. All right, what else do we have? I'm just reviewing some more swings here, guys, while we wait for the markets to come into technical levels. I like looking at a lot of the insider trading that's been occurring. We already did enter one trade based off of some pretty key insider trading. SPY still trickling down here. Those are some options that he's exercising. Another big sale in Nvidia, another insider, the director Jones Harvey, selling about 44 million. I know, we should, right? We'd be crushing it. All right, SPY, come on, give us new lows, SPY. Give us new lows. Apple starting to curl, Dixie trying to press. You got Amazon down 2% still. QQQ leading the charge to the downside. IWM still at 0.75. Nvidia down 1.9. Apple just turned slightly negative. Google slightly negative. Meta up 0.24, slightly positive. Tesla down a little bit on the tape. A little more distribution is hitting this market. We're due for a pretty decent sized correction, but still just chopping around here. Oh. That's quite a bit of selling in that ticker. Oh no, that's quite a bit of insider buying. That's about 26, 37, 48. It's almost 50 million. Almost 50 million. Let me look at that, shall we? Okay. All right, SPY is about to break down here. Oh, that's Netscope, eh? Wow. That was yesterday. Came in. A little bit of a down day today. Huh. New lows for the S&P, baby. New lows for the S&P. Print, baby, print. Here we go. This is where we start getting profits. Heavy, heavy profits on our SPY puts. Come on. Sell us hard here. Give us a hard fall. They're still trying to buy this market up. Can you believe it? Hitting a little bit of a 10-minute chart support. Come on, S&P. Give up the goods. You're below your 3-minute EMA. Next stop is your 5-minute EMA. Come on. Come on, baby. Sell it. Financials are coming in a little bit. So you're seeing a little bit more broad market rotation down. SPY's looking a little bit heavier here, like we're going to be seeing some crazy downside. Come on, take us down. Oclo still down 2.96. Smith & Weston, guys. SWBI absolutely ripping here. Come on. IWM getting a little bit heavier. S&P getting a little bit heavier. Come on. Let's ride these 665 puts. Come on, get them in the money. Get them in the money. Holy, selling in CoreWeave. That is crazy. Yesterday, some more selling. Another 1, 2, 3, 400 and about 500 million in CoreWeave Magnetar Finance. That's insane. That is insane selling in CoreWeave, guys. All right, let's go more buying there yesterday. Post sale there. Palantir, a little bit of selling. About 10% of their holdings. Ticker Wolf, still seeing some selling. And Jerry Dell. Oof, that's crazy. Why are they selling that ticker? 131.94. Jeez, they're not making this. They're still trying to hold SPY here. Just give us a nice waterfall right into that 5-minute EMA where we can trim a little bit. Come on. Nvidia is trying to hold steady here, curling up. Tesla trying to hold steady. Again, Tesla's probably a short here, guys. Give us new lows, SPY. Here we go. Getting heavier here. Again, Tesla's a short off that OR low. If you're not short, Tesla is a short. SPY now into that 665 zone. Come on, get heavy, SPY. Get heavy. Get heavy, baby. Plug power. Plug power's coming in a little bit more. Let's look at that ticker. Come on down, S&P. Come on down. QQQ down 0.19%. More sectors are seeing selling. Relative strength is breaking down. IWM still holding up the most. Plug Power just printed a new low of day. Let's take it down. Come on, SPY. Just dump it here. Don't be... Ay, 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 ay. Let's go SPY. Dropping it down. We're up 50% on these SPY puts. Let's print it. Come on. Finally, SPY puts are starting to work out well here. Come on, baby. Keep going. Keep going. IWM still holding. Beautiful decline. Come on. Come on, SPY. Get heavy. Get heavy. Get heavy here. Here we go. Beautiful decline, guys. Beautiful decline. Get ready for that 5-minute EMA 113. Get ready. It's coming in hot and heavy. All right, guys, that 5 minutes coming in. That EMA is getting close. Getting very, very close. Come on, a little bit more. Don't bounce it here. A little bit more. A little bit more. There it is, guys. All right, guys, I just trimmed half of my SPY puts there. Half of my SPY puts. Beautiful. TP1 was hit. Nice gain. Locked in 85% there on first trim. Sold half. Beautiful little profit there. Moving stop loss to break even. Stunning gain. Very good trade there. We're still melting lower here. Let's see the next support. I would trim. Come on, give us some more. Really start to dump us here. Beautiful little trade there. Jerome Powell's talking already? Is he talking already? I thought he was a little later, around 12-ish, 12:45, I think. I think he's a little later still. I don't think he's peaking yet, is he? All right, guys, so that's a good trade. IWM starting to soften up now. Look at plug power, guys. All right, I am exiting my full plug power short here, guys. What a full round trip there. Selling everything just over 50 cents here. And I am all out. I am all out of plug power. Full round trip. Huge gain there on PLUG. Nice trading session today. Huge profits there on plug power. I like it a lot. $1,000 on plug short today. Few $100 on SPY, and we still have runners on the table. Nice. All right, guys, that's my money's been made today. Now I can just sit back, relax. I love it. I love it. I can sit back, relax, and look for swing trades now. We still have some runners on SPY. Members, the 665s we're still holding. I still think we can go lower, but we did take half off the table there. Thank you, Ram. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. But that was an excellent move on plug. If we can only get IONQ now to soften up, and frickin' Oklo, these behemoths. Oklo is looking a little bit choppy here, and the interesting thing about Oklo, right, is it's starting to underperform uranium itself, but Oklo starting to come in. It does look like another fading opportunity, Oklo. I think Oklo is probably going to retest the sweep low of this area. So if you're wanting to get into 132 puts, let me just see what it is here on Oklo. I might take an Oklo put trade here for end of the week because I do think that Oklo is probably going to come down a little bit more today. 132 puts right now, end of the week, are around $6 on the ask. What about 130 puts if we were really aggressive? 485. Prior day low. Imagine it hits prior day low today. Interesting. But uranium is starting to get a little bit heavier here. URA is coming in. So Oklo puts look interesting here, guys. We'll keep Oklo on watch here. Yes, we will. IONQ still a beast. IWM is getting very, very heavy here, ladies and gents. Your Russell 2000 coming in sharply. IWM coming in. So I did enter an Oklo 130 put, September 26th, end of the week. It's extremely high risk. It's very risky. Oklo 130 put, priced at $4.90. It's very risky. Uranium still softening. Your Russell 2000, guys, is really starting to come in. Russell 2000 really starting to come in. Look at that IWM. Can they take it negative? We will find out. We will certainly find out. Come on, drop these stocks here. All right, I'm just gonna take a seat here since I've been standing all morning session. Oh, come on. Come on, Oklo, come on down. Come on down. Finally, today's a great day trading session. Crushing it. Recapturing my losses from SPY puts from yesterday. Freaking pissed me off yesterday. All right, what else do we got going on in the tape here? Dell seeing some proposed selling. Interesting. BT, we're looking at that. That's seeing some interesting selling. Wow, guys. So a massive insider, or they're called an affiliate. So an affiliate, other insider. It's an LLC corporation, sold open shares, all of their 11.3 million shares, net proceeds 95.1 million at a cost basis of $8.38. So another massive insider selling open at 8.38 or proposed sale that's likely gone through. Probably see it tomorrow, the next day posted. But 95.1 million liquidation. So big insider sell. Big insider sell. IWM still getting heavy. Oklo's trying to bounce here a little bit. SPY's still struggling. Russell 2000 coming in hot and heavy. Coming in hot and heavy. Let's see how much we can squeeze this BCDA. Squeezer. It's a squeezer. Look at this. Pump it up to gap, guys. Pump it up to gap fill. Come on. BCDA is squeezing here. Holy moly. Look at this name go. Look at this name go. Breaking out to the high side. Let's go. BCDA. Come on. Look at this move, guys. It is squeezing to the upside here. And who just went long? We just went long. Almost up double digits, and we just took an entry today. Can they push it to gap fill today for BCDA? Holy moly, squeeze it. SPY still coming in sharply. What a mover there. That is filthy. Oh, big bounce on Oklo. That's pissing me off. Damn Oklo. Damn Oklo. It's a tough one to trade. Figure I was going with the trend there. SPY still heavy. Tesla back to the negative side. IWM still getting extremely heavy here, ladies and gents. Look at the Russell coming in hot and heavy. Look at SPY coming in hot and heavy. Oklo still maintaining some structure here. Come on, Oklo. I want you to break down here. Please break down. SPY's still heavy here. Come on. You just did 10 push-ups. My turn now? Yeah, I'll do some push-ups. I'll do some push-ups. Do some in a few minutes here. I'm just trying to scan this market here before the afternoon algos kick in. Rocket Labs options, more sales there. EBT, that's some selling. Cisco selling. Yeah, it's a big sell in OpenAI, that's for sure. WTC options exercise. Oh, that's some considerable buying in that ticker. Let's take a look at that. WBI. Interesting. Waterbridge infrastructure. What does this company do? Water utilities. Doesn't even have a market cap yet. Average volume 390,000. Directed. Okay, that's some interesting buying. Like I said, R, not much. Wow, that's a pretty big buy as well. Let's look at that name. EX. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Come on, SPY. Knife it. Knife it lower. Knife it lower. That's some big buying in that name. That's about a 2468. It's about a 30% addition in buying. Okay, cool. Cool. Blackstone. I better mark that on the chart there while we have the insider buys up. All right, SPY continuing to trickle down here. Come on, SPY. Pay us. Your UDXY still trying to creep to the upside here. SPY trying to go for another low of day. Come on. Give us the low of day, waterfall us. You're getting slightly oversold, but you could still get more oversold. Unfortunately, Oklo having a really strong bounce. Come on, Oklo. Why is Oklo staying so strong here? Oklo hates me. Oklo hates me. Alright, so that's some big insider buy. XXT. Nice breakdown on SPY. Beautiful. Puts are starting to wake up even more now. We are still printing on the downside there. Beautiful job, SPY. Come on down. Come on down. Knife us. Waterfall us. Just absolutely waterfall us here. Apple is still holding, it hasn't even sold here. So Apple's still showing some strength. Nice, new lows on SPY, guys, new lows on SPY. We're almost up 100% on our put options. Finally seeing them. JP just likes trading JP Morgan because it's the same initials as him. JP. Yeah, JP Morgan still coming in. Financials could go negative, which could help push SPY down even more. You look at XLF, it's almost negative. JP Morgan's still holding up better than XLF, but coming in nicely from the highs. So nice trade there, JP. But yeah, SPY certainly coming in quite nicely. IWM also coming in. Oklo just a beast. I'm still holding this one. SPY still looking like a bit of a trender down. People are getting nervous ahead of Powell. Powell does speak in roughly, 40 minutes or so? So maybe Powell gives us a facelift. Just maybe. I am going to take a bit of a lunch break here, guys. Interestingly, ahead of earnings, you did have a little bit of selling from the president and CEO of Micron, MU. Not much selling, but a couple million in selling ahead of earnings. Absolutely been crushing this LDI short. Still going lower, new lows, looking like it wants that 20-day moving average, looking like it wants that gap fill. I mean, we took options which are printing, but even common shares, if you took the short off of that area, I mean, 31% on commons is filthy. All right, guys, we're almost up 100% on these SPY puts. Let's go. A nice big fat candle down. There should be some support. Previous pivot high, 382 fib retrace, upsloping trend line here. I might look to move up my TP here. I'm going to move up my TP just a little bit. Come on, give me a hard red bar down. If we get an impulse candle down, guys, I will look to trim my SPY or sell out of my SPY 65 zeros. I will look to sell out of them, but I'm still holding, catching a little bit of liquidity there. Opal is just a beast. I freaking hate it. SPY, take us down. Take us down. Nvidia curling down. Tesla's negative. Snap still trying to push higher. Rigetti still up 9.2. Sounds getting faded, but up 4.9. BBAI still up 12.9. Opens bounced nicely. That's still down 4.9. Plug Power done a full round trip. Still up slightly. BBD, that's up 2.5. SPY, all right, there it is, guys. There is the next level. I am all out of my SPY puts there. All out. Beautiful. Trimming my SPY, 0 DTEs. Beautiful little trim there. Locked in 120% there on my final contracts. That was a member trade. Put in the live trading chat. 665 puts absolutely printed. 125%. Thank you very much. Beautiful. And we're still dripping, guys. And now we still look to press our swings. This is what I'm talking about. Let's go. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Come on down, SPY. Come on down. Nvidia still looks bearish. Huge, huge gain there. Beautiful. Look at SPY just absolutely knifing to the downside. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Stunning move down, ladies and gents. Locking in great profits on the zeros. We are still selling here. Still have a lot of stocks that are green on the screen. They're selling mega cap tech. Beautiful trade there. Today has been a fantastic day in the live trading room. Beautiful day today, live trading, guys. From plug to SPY puts, we are still looking. Oklo's just the one that's starting to try to press up a little bit. Crazy. I do have a long level on SPY, but it's a little bit lower. I think, let me just look at Amazon. Amazon might be the better play. Yeah, Amazon's coming into an interesting. Nvidia now breaking down, guys. Nvidia seeing heavier selling. This market is definitely in trouble right now. Quite a bit of sell side pressure hitting the tape. Nvidia's starting to get a little heavier here. Amazon's still coming in. I have a really good long level on Amazon, but it's lower. So I want Amazon to sell off a bit more. Yes, I do. There's still quite a lot of strength in this market. Bitcoin is now flipped negative. Look at SPY going even lower. Craziness. They are really dumping it into POWELL here. Now we can get ready for a bit of a long potential bounce. In this 10-minute EMA, I think we could look, but SPY puts absolutely ripped. IWM still positive, but looking heavy. Tesla back to the negative side. We are still selling. Again, I called out up here that when we retested this opening range low, that was our short setup. And that was a clinical back test in short zone. Come on, go a little bit lower. We are getting a little bit stretched here. Intraday. You can see you're hitting 15-minute chart support. Previous little pivot high. Definitely some support here. But the question is, can we go lower? And we still can. But you're getting a little bit oversold here. They've really ripped this market down ahead of POWELL. Crazy is there's still some stocks that are just unrelenting, man. Unrelenting right now. It's insane. Like frickin' Oklo, man. This thing is just crazy. Does not give up. Does not give up. 12:45. About a half hour. About a half an hour. Nvidia is still looking weak, like it could go down to the low of day. SPY's trying to find a little bit of support here. Could get a bounce back up to call it 665, 666. But markets definitely has struggled quite substantially. We've hit both of our downside profit targets. Let's erase that little pivot. Markets are trying to stabilize a little bit. Nice decline. Really nice decline. Guys, I stopped out of Oklo there for a loss. Apologies about that trade. 380 stop loss was tagged. Damn. Fucking Oklo, man. Damn Oklo. That's just the day trade that I took. That's crazy. I don't know what they're doing to these uranium stocks, but it pisses me off. Hmm. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break here, eat some food, be back for Powell. I'm still gonna be sitting in front of here, so we'll keep the SPY and Russell up here while we wait for this market. An interesting short opportunity that I'm seeing is SoFi. SoFi really starting to come down, not bouncing with the market right now. Looking pretty heavy here for SOFI, kind of showing a little bit of weakness in your finance fintech. So keep that one on watch. So S&P catching a little bit of a bid here. We're still trying to see if Powell's going to pump or dump this market. Obviously, there's still a bit of downtrending pressure in the overall indices. Your Russell's still holding on to technical strength, but we have seen a little bit more relative strength breakdown in the overall market. So Powell will be on in about 20 minutes or so, and then we'll have to see if the markets want to sell off a little bit more. But overall, a good little technical bounce. Let's see if SPY can get back above this 5-minute EMA. I think you're going to be sandwiched between the 5-minute EMA, and if we look at the 10-minute EMA, your 10-minute EMA is still all the way down here at 664. Oh, I'm getting an alert on QuantumScape here, QS. Yeah, so they're punching this one higher. Look at that. Holy moly. Look at the sweep. It's crazy what they're doing to some of these individual names, right? Kind of what they did to me on Oklo. They're now punching it through on QuantumScape, and this is what I was worried about. But QS is now sweeping the high. This becomes a better short area. Could still even squeeze a little bit higher today, just based off of pure momentum. I'd love to see it hit that gap fill today. I would definitely be a shorter up there for sure. But QS is now into a liquidity sweep zone, trying to break out to the high of the day. Huge amount of volume there. SPY still softening up a touch. Ramsing, what are we expecting from Powell today? He just announced a 25 basis cut. Maybe it's an emergency rate cut. Imagine he came out and announced emergency. No, it's probably just the economic symposium giving guidance. He has a little bit more Q&A, yada yada yada. I don't think it's anything crazy. Um, Let me see what Powell's speech is about. Still very strong. Dixie's flat, gold still up 0.8. Crude oil still ripping. Nvidia's still looking pretty bearish here. Nvidia looks like it wants new lows. So the Federal Reserve Jerome Powell will deliver remarks on the U.S. economy Tuesday at an event hosted by the Greater Providence Chamber of Commerce, just 1 week after the central bank approved its first interest rate cut of 2025. Powell is scheduled to speak at 12:35 p.m. Eastern Time during the Chamber's economic luncheon in Warwick, RI. A question and answer session will follow his prepared remarks. You can watch the live stream here, blah, 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 blah. So Q&A, just some further discussions. Markets have obviously had a chance to digest. Maybe he wants to slap the markets down because after the rate cut, the markets have just been pumping, right? Maybe he wants to slap it down because, again, he's worried about the labor market. He made that clear, but he's also kind of worried about inflation because he did say it was upticking, but he's putting inflation aside. Now, as stock market continues to surge, that's going to increase inflation. So a way that he can kind of, keep a little bit of a lid on inflation is by knocking down equity prices a bit. So we'll see if that wants to happen. But Powell right now set to speak very soon. Very soon. Nvidia is looking like it's breaking down here. Starting to come in. Crude oil That's still ripping to the upside. Taking a little bit of a breather. Oklo starting to come in just a touch here. Nasty reversal at the highs there. Let's look at Microsoft. Microsoft at the lows. Apple Dapple. Apple still just chopping in. Nvidia looking like a bit of a bear flag here. Looks like it wants to go lower. Tesla still looking like it could try to punch up through a little bit higher. Amazon continues to remain weak. Meta still weak. JP Morgan still green. We'll see what happens here. We will see what happens. Archer Aviation now up 7.28%. Crazy mover. IUNQ back up 4%. I'll put the POWELL meeting on here. The broadcast. What are you guys thinking? Pow, 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 wow. IWM's still pretty extended here, and the markets haven't sold that much, despite them feeling like they've sold quite a bit. All right, we have the broadcast starting.
His
here.
parents instilled in him the importance of serving his country and giving back to his community. He graduated from LaSalle Academy. I suspect there might be a few LaSalle grads in this room. And was nominated for an appointment to the United States Military Academy.
Mute it until Powell comes on. It's a bunch of mumbo jumbo, but Powell should be coming on very shortly. So again, the symposium has started, the economic output luncheon. We'll see what happens here. So what I'm thinking there is I think we could see a dump and then a pump. Buy for WBD, getting into yet again another short opportunity. 20.29, I like it. We got a short opportunity on Warner Brothers. Yes, I'll play POW. Look at them dump SPY. Nasty down candle there. Still have POW set. He's not on yet. He's not on yet.
Every day, the values that you learned at that kitchen table on Pontiac Ave in Cranston. Senator Jack Reed.
Senator coming up. Not POW yet, though.
Well, thank you very much, Rick, for that extraordinarily kind introduction. I also want to thank Lori White for her great leadership and all the members of the Greater Providence Chamber of Commerce. To all my colleagues in government, thank you for joining us here today. I want to particularly shout out to Susan Collins, the president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, an extraordinary public servant, and President Mark Palange of the University of Rhode Island. He has really taken a great university and made it even greater. Thank you, Mark. Today, I have a distinct honor. That is to welcome Jerome Powell, the chair of the Federal Reserve, back to Rhode Island. Along with many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I have long appreciated Chairman Powell's decency and steady leadership and commitment to the values that distinguish America from every other country in the world. He has the distinction of having been appointed by a Republican president and reappointed by a Democratic president. He has shown the courage to make tough decisions in an exceptionally challenging economic and political environment. And he has made these decisions based on the data and the facts and good analysis. And that is something increasingly rare these days. It feels like a much different world today than the last time Chair Powell addressed us in 2019. The COVID-19 pandemic brought substantial economic upheaval, including unemployment rates we had not seen for decades. That crisis was followed by a serious bout of inflation. And in fact, every economist, left and right, were predicting not about the coming recession, but how severe it would be. Because of Jerome Powell, there was no recession. Chair Powell deserves credit for navigating those choppy waters. Nevertheless, average Americans are still facing significant economic challenges due to the chaotic policy agenda of the current administration. Tariffs, health care cuts, a massive debt increase, and interventions in the operations of major corporations and universities have all proved disruptive and costly. Real wages for most American workers remain stagnant. We still have not fully tamed inflation. Roughly 36 million Americans are experiencing poverty, and housing is too expensive and in too short a supply everywhere, but particularly here. The policy chaos has extended into a direct assault on the Fed's independence and personal attacks by the president against members of the Fed. But Chair Powell has met these challenges with equanimity and professionalism. He understands that a strong and independent central bank can contribute to sound economic policy in this nation. He understands the impact that monetary policy has on communities and families and businesses. He has somehow managed to stay laser focused on achieving the Fed's dual mandate to achieve maximum employment and stable prices. Chair Powell, thank you for doing your job with honesty, integrity, and humility. I speak for all of us here. There are few examples of patriotic, decent dedication to the nation than Jerome Powell. And thank you for returning to the Providence Chamber during your final few months as Fed Chair. You are more than welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please join me in welcoming Chair of the Federal Reserve, Jay Powell.
Powell. Here comes Powell.
Thank you for your warm reception, and thank you, Senator Reid, for your very kind introduction. It is a pleasure to be back in Rhode Island, the last time I had the opportunity to speak to the Greater Providence Chamber of Commerce, as Lori mentioned, was in the fall of 2019, actually November 25th, 2019, and I said then, quoting, "If the outlook changes materially, policy will change as well." Well, little did any of us know, just a couple of months later, the COVID-19 pandemic arrived. Both the economy and our policy evolved dramatically in ways that no one could have predicted. Along with actions by Congress, the administration, and the private sector, the Fed's aggressive response helped stave off historically severe downside risks to the economy. The COVID pandemic came on the heels of the painfully slow, decade-long recovery from the global financial crisis. And these two back-to-back world historical crises have left behind scars that will be with us for a long time. In democracies around the world, public trust in economic and political institutions has been challenged. Those of us who are in public service at this time need to focus tightly on carrying out our critical missions to the best of our ability in the midst of stormy seas and powerful crosswinds. Throughout this turbulent period, central banks like the Fed have had to develop innovative new policies that were designed to deliver on our statutory goals during times of crisis, rather than for everyday use. Despite these two unique, extremely large shocks, the U.S. economy has performed as well or better than other large advanced economies around the world. And as always, it's essential that we continue to look back and learn the right lessons from these difficult years, and that process has been ongoing now for more than a decade. So, turning to the present day, the U.S. economy is showing resilience in the midst of substantial changes in trade and immigration policies, as well as in fiscal, regulatory, and geopolitical arenas. These policies are still emerging, and their longer-term implications will take some time to be seen. Recent data show that the pace of economic growth has moderated. The unemployment rate is low but has edged up. Job gains have slowed, and the downside risks to employment have risen. At the same time, inflation has risen recently and remains somewhat elevated. In recent months, it has become clear that the balance of risks has shifted, prompting us to move our policy stance closer to neutral at our FOMC meeting last week. GDP rose at a pace of about 1.5% in the first half of this year, down from 2.5% last year. The moderation in growth largely reflects a slowdown in consumer spending. Activity in the housing sector remains weak, but business investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from last year's pace, largely reflecting the AI build-out. As noted in the September Beige Book, which I bet you wonder what it is, the September Beige Book, that's a report that gathers qualitative information from across the Federal Reserve System. We'll talk about later. Businesses continue to say that uncertainty is weighing on their outlook. Measures of consumer and business sentiment declined sharply in the spring. They have since moved up, but remain low relative to the start of the year. In the labor market, there has been a marked slowdown in both the supply of and the demand for workers, an unusual and challenging development. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment have risen. The unemployment rate edged up to 4.3% in August, but has remained relatively stable at a low level over the past year. Payroll job gains slowed sharply over summer months as employers added an average of just 29,000 per month over the past 3 months. The recent pace of job creation appears to be running below what we call the break-even rate, that is the rate needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. But a number of other labor market indicators remain broadly stable. For example, the ratio of job openings to unemployment remains near 1, and multiple measures of job openings have been moving roughly sideways, not down, as have initial claims for unemployment insurance. Inflation, meanwhile, has eased significantly from its highs of 2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. The latest available data indicate that total PCE prices rose, that's personal consumption expenditure prices, that's the inflation measure that we follow most closely, rose 2.7% over the 12 months ending in August, up from 2.3% in August 2024. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9% last month, also higher than a year ago. Goods prices, after falling last year, are driving the pickup inflation. Incoming data and surveys suggest that those price increases largely reflect higher tariffs rather than broader price pressures. Disinflation for services continues, including for housing services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term inflation expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The overall economic effects of the significant changes in trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulatory policy remain to be seen. A reasonable base case is that the tariff-related effects on inflation will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. Now, a one-time increase does not mean all at once. Tariff increases will likely take some time to work their way through supply chains. As a result, this one-time increase in the price level will likely be spread over several quarters and show up as somewhat higher inflation during that period. But uncertainty around the path of inflation remains high. We will carefully assess and manage the risk of higher and more persistent inflation. We'll make sure that this one-time increase in prices does not become an ongoing inflation problem. Turning to monetary policy, near-term risks to inflation are tilted to the upside, and risks to employment are tilted to the downside, a challenging situation. Two-sided risks mean that there is no risk-free path. If we ease too aggressively, we could leave the inflation job unfinished and need to reverse course later to fully restore 2% inflation. If we maintain restrictive policy too long, the labor market could soften unnecessarily. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework has long called for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. The increased downside risks to employment have shifted the balance of risks to achieving our goals. We therefore judged it appropriate at our last meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance, lowering the target range for the federal funds rate by 25 basis points to 4 to 4.25%. This policy stance, which I personally see as still modestly restrictive, leaves us well positioned to respond to potential economic developments. Our policy is not on a preset course. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment and bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans, and we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. So thank you again for having me here, and I very much look forward to our discussion. Thanks.
Q&A, let's see. He's sitting down into a short level. Could push to pre-market low.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again, Mr. Chair. Thank you for those opening remarks and reminding us just how tremendously the world has changed and evolved since you were last here in 2019. President of the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, Susan Collins, is also here with us today, and President Collins, we have had the opportunity many times to discuss with you the conditions in this Fed region, of which Rhode Island is part of the Boston region. So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask you to think about your comments reflecting on the importance, what you have said, the importance of deeply understanding local labor markets. And I'm wondering if in your deliberations leading up to the most recent FOMC meeting, whether there was anything particularly distinctive in what you saw coming out of the Boston Beige Book.
So let me say a word about the Beige Book. So there are 12 reserve banks, as you know, around the country, and each of them has deep ties into not just the business community, but medical community, educational community, nonprofits. And each FOMC cycle, which is sort of 8 of those a year, they do a deep dive and they collect lots and lots of information about the economy. And so, and that information gets collated and put into what we call the Beige Book because it's beige, and we're not that original. And so we get that a couple weeks before each FOMC meeting. And I have to say, I don't know of any source of sort of qualitative information about the economy that even approaches this. It's just a lot of conversations with a lot of people, and I personally find it very useful. Sometimes you look at that book and you see significant regional differences, and this is not one of those times. So, for example, the Boston Fed piece in the last Beige Book talked about lots of spending on AI. Well, guess what? That was pretty common across 8 or 9 of the districts. So I would say nothing really jumped out from the Boston piece. What you saw was all around the country, you saw pretty modest growth, wage and price inflation at modest to moderate levels, the economy growing but not fast, and uncertainty, significant uncertainty about federal public policy is kind of weighing on investments and decisions about investment and hiring, except in the area of the AI build-out, which is just going really strong pretty much many parts of the country.
So nothing distinctive from the Boston region that would inform your future decision-making, looking at the setting of monetary policy?
What I saw from Boston was quite similar and overlapping with a number of other districts. Again, sometimes that's the case where things are pretty much of a piece. Sometimes different regions, particularly if there's a commodity price thing, you would see maybe things in the commodity-oriented regions doing differently from other regions of the country. Right now, it's it's much more the same around the country, I would say.
So let's talk about and build on what you described a few moments ago about the dual mandate of the Fed. And if you could talk about these conditions that wax and wane over time, what signals will you be looking for in the run-up to the next FOMC meeting, which is in roughly 30 days?
We have 2 goals, as you mentioned, maximum employment and price stability, and they're equal goals under the law. So almost all the time, they work together.
Breaking down.
They complement one another. So, for example, when the economy is weak, the unemployment rate might be high and the inflation rate would be low, and that it calls for stimulus from us. And when the economy is really strong and the labor market is tight, that's when inflation will be moving up, and so policy might be a little bit tighter. That's almost always the case. Right now is the quite unusual case where risks to, as I mentioned in my remarks, risks to employment are to the downside and to inflation to the upside. Now, we only have one tool, which is monetary policy, really interest rates, and really it's calling for different answers. So for a long time, we have a document called the Statement on Longer Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy. We call it the consensus statement to save time. That says, for a long time, it's said that when the 2 goals are in tension, we'll look at how far each one is from its goal and the time that it's expected to take to get back to that goal. And so we balance the 2 goals. So what we've done all year this year is we've had our policy rate has been tight because inflation has been above our target, but the labor market was very solid. Now, over the last really 4 months, really over the summer, the labor market has softened, payroll jobs have dropped a lot, so we can't really say that anymore. And I think what that told us is that stance of really having a tight focus on inflation really needs to moderate toward a more balanced approach. And so that's why we took the action we took at our last meeting. And
NVIDIA
as we go to our next meeting, to your question, we'll be asking ourselves, we'll be looking at the data very carefully, labor market data, growth data, inflation data, all of the vast quantities of data that we get, and asking ourselves, is our policy in the right place? And if not, we move it there.
Some may wonder about the frothiness of the markets, the markets reaching record heights and also record valuations. How does the Fed think about that in the equation?
Financial markets? So we monitor financial markets very carefully. Our policy works through financial conditions. So that's credit spreads and interest rate levels and equity prices in the aggregate that can affect spending, for example. We look at all of that, but really our focus is on our two goals, and that is maximum employment and price stability. And when we see one of them weakening, we're going to respond
50% on these
appropriately
puts?
with our tools. And in this case, that meant reducing the federal funds rate by 25 basis points and
NVIDIA breaking,
we'll see what
Apple
the future
breaking.
brings, but that's what we do. We look carefully at financial conditions, more from a perspective though of financial stability. So we see that the banks are well capitalized. Actually, in the aggregate, households are in good shape financially. I know people at the bottom end of the income spectrum are under pressure, no question about that, but it's not a time of elevated financial stability risks.
So the federal funds rate really governs consumer credit, but not so as it pertains to mortgage rates, correct?
That's right.
And let's talk about how the average consumer is going to see any difference in the intervening months relative to an easing of interest rates and the ability and maybe even more confidence to spend.
So we don't set mortgage rates, but when we change the federal funds rate, it will affect the mortgage rates and also all other consumer borrowing rates. Really, all interest rates that are on a floating basis will move a little bit or even a lot if they're short term, based on our moves. So the people will feel that over time. Also, it's not just these days. The market is pricing in the next 6 months what's going to happen to rates. So this is something that wasn't really the case 50 years ago. Now markets listen to us and follow, and they make an estimation of where they think rates are going, and so they'll price things in. And so longer term rates will move because of what the market participants expect us to do. So you'll begin to see, and you're already seeing changes in rates long before we make the decision. It can often be already priced in.
Is it fair to say that the Fed and the markets really have a higher tolerance for risk today, more so than perhaps before the pandemic?
I think if you look at some prices, then they're elevated relative to historical levels. There were times before the pandemic when it happens periodically. Equity prices will move up and down, and we do monitor that. But we're not targeting any level of prices for particular financial assets. We don't have a view that we know what the right price of any particular financial asset is. We do look at overall financial conditions, and we ask ourselves whether our policies are affecting financial conditions in a way that is what we're trying to achieve. But you're right. It by many measures, for example, equity prices are fairly highly valued.
Let's segue to the topic of AI, and largely AI stocks and periphery stocks really driving the markets in many ways. Let's talk a little bit about the great unknown of AI, and if we think about various ages, our industrial ages, whether it be steam to electricity to the information age and now to the age of AI, would you consider this to be the most disruptive force ever in modern American history?
I think it's way too early to say that. I wouldn't go that far. I would say clearly generative AI has all the earmarks of an emerging technology that could be very important in our economy and in our society. But it's very early to be making that kind of bold statement. So, what we're seeing is companies and institutions like the Fed for that matter, are starting to experiment with how this new set of tools can be used in our operations. And it's very early days on that. And, I think that we have to wait and see. That's a good thing. I know many of the large financial institutions and other central banks, and we are asking ourselves, how can this help us do our jobs better? And I think it's going to be a period of experimentation over a period of years. And, the history is always that there's a lot of fear that technological innovation will eliminate jobs. What has tended to happen in history over time is that it just raises productivity and creates new jobs to replace the old jobs. And that happens. And sometimes it can take a long time, but ultimately that has been the pattern for the last couple of hundred years. Is this time going to be different? I just don't think we know yet. I don't think anybody knows.
Mm-hmm. You are a labor market futurist, also a historian, and the concept of AI and humans in the loop, very profound impact on the labor force. What are your thoughts about specifically agentic AI as a differentiator from generative AI, and how will the Fed be looking at the impacts of the workforce, the labor participation rate, given the unknown of what could happen with displacement around AI tools at all ends of the spectrum?
Our tools work on demand, basically. Lower interest rates, higher interest rates, they work on demand. When there are structural changes in the economy, there's not a lot that an interest rate change can do for that. And so if you're talking about distributional issues or labor force participation or retraining or any of the things that come to mind in connection with those questions, that's really going to be something for legislators and the private sector. We of course, we have many labor economists, and a good portion of them are studying what the potential effects of AI on the labor force. And many, many great economists around the country and around the world are publishing on that now. And it really is too early to say. I think you can say that some jobs are going to be phased out, some jobs are going to evolve, and people are going to be further trained and that sort of thing, and be able to keep a job like that. And there'll be new jobs that come. And how will that balance work out, and what will be the timing of it? I think it's just quite hard to say.
But how does that factor into the deliberations on a near-term basis? Things are moving so quickly, and the observation and the argument that artificial intelligence isn't just impacting those entry-level jobs and those, quasi-unskilled jobs, but really tentacles reaching into highly skilled professions, whether it be finance, whether it be communications and media, whether it be healthcare, whether it be law, finance. So all ends of the spectrum, highly educated individuals down to more easily automated tasks. Sort of a really interesting problem for those of you that are studying labor market economics. How do you approach that?
Well, a lot of what we're doing with our time is trying to understand the current position of the economy, what's actually going on in the economy today. Pardon me. So part of that is hiring rate has really dropped. Job creation has dropped very sharply. So what are the factors there? So I mentioned earlier, I think, part of it just is there's a lot of uncertainty about the direction of public policy, and so companies are holding off. They're not hiring, and when you don't hire through attrition, your labor force shrinks, and you save money that way. That may be a way of passing on tariff costs. It may be something like that. So that's happening. Lots of questions around whether AI is a major factor associated with the relatively low hiring rate for people just graduating from school and just entering the labor market. And, people are doing studies on that, and I looked at one from Stanford, another from the New York Fed in the last week.
Just took profits on my 655s.
The sense of it was, we think we can find some evidence that generative AI is having some, it's one of the reasons here, but we can't really say it's the main reason. And, we have our Jackson Hole conference every year in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and we had some great labor economists, and one of the big debates was what's going on with AI. And there was a professor from, I want to say, Columbia, who just basically said, there's no evidence that this is acting any differently than her view was, not acting any differently from other technological, movements, waves. And so I think she would be more at the end of an optimist, a techno-optimist. We've all, there are books out there that will tell you the world is ending. And, but I don't think we know. Again, I think we're going to see how this evolves. And again, if it does turn out to be something where labor force participation really declines in a way that creates, social difficulties, that's going to be something that legislators and the private sector will have to address. We just don't know that yet, though.
Over the weekend, I read where you had been discussing just picking
short
up
level
on
was
what you said
telegraphed.
about Gen Z and college graduates and any possible disruptions in trying to find jobs. So Gen Z would be those born between 1997 and 2012, roughly ages 13 to 28. What are your thoughts on college enrollment? We'll talk a little bit about labor disruption in just a minute, and Jackson Hole, because I know that's a favorite of yours. But a lot of the individuals in this room today may have family members that fall squarely in that 13 to 28 category. What would you say about that?
I mean, again, we all see the data that it's just gotten tough for people just entering the labor force to be hired. But remember, the overall national aggregate hiring rate is at very, very low level. The layoff rate is also at a very, very low. You're in a low fire, low hire economy. And it feels like companies are they've kind of stopped hiring or slowed down their hiring because they want to see how this all shakes out. We're having very important changes to economic policy in the United States, and companies and people are wondering, how's that going to work out? So I think that's part of it. The other thing I would add, though, is, there's a lot of good scholarship around technological innovation and inequality, if you will. And the sense of it is really that if schools and society give students graduating the skills and aptitudes they need to benefit from evolving technology, you can have declining inequality over time. And that's what the United States had for many, many years, up until about 1970, when U.S. educational attainment kind of plateaued and inequality takes off. So it's really down to having the skills. So kids who come out of school today with technological skills and can work with this new technology, they're probably going to be fine. They're going to be great. If you don't have those skills, though, you're increasingly left with less attractive employment options. So in a way, it's an educational issue.
Our society is our education system, and you spoke about inequality, particularly the digital divide, and thinking about where the United States really has paced among countries throughout the world. Particularly, that was a subject that you initiated at Jackson Hole back in August. What are your thoughts on how that is likely to really change the way we look at technology as a force for productivity and advancement?
Technology has been raising incomes and productivity for really a couple hundred years since the Industrial Revolution. It's been an amazing thing for the quality of human life, and there's no reason why that has to change. In the United States was the first country to have gender-blind secondary education, and if you go back, you'll see that there's a great book on this, but it just basically the U.S. had fast technological innovation for a century, and also declining inequality because people were coming out and their educational the capabilities they took out of the educational system gave them the ability to benefit from evolving technology. So, and that's really the key, because technology, what it does is it makes us more productive. One summer I worked on a project that was building houses, and I basically had a shovel and I just dug most of the summer. And now that would be a Bobcat, which can do 100 times the work, no blisters, no water breaks. It's just much more productive. And you see housing production's gotten, at least it did get for a while, much more productive, not so much lately. But that I think is the story. And while U.S. educational attainment, college graduation rates and things like that leveled out, they're still going up The rest of the world caught on and has really caught up in terms of educational attainment. And that really is the key. To your point, your educational system, your country is your educational system ultimately. It's the people that come out and what can they do, and a variety of other factors too, obviously. But I think that's a key element. I'm struck by this because this was a major factor at our recent conference, and we had a great conversation about it.
Well, tell us about the book. You gave me a homework assignment the other day, so I did download it, but I think everyone should follow that lead.
All right. It's a book's called The Race Between Education and Technology. It's by Claudia Golden and Larry Katz, two Harvard economists, and it basically talks about the race between education and technology. So I recommend that to anybody. It was written in, I want to say, 2005, and they basically presented at Jackson Hole, they presented an update to the current day. The findings basically hold. It's very, I mean, I'm not a PhD economist. I read it 20 years ago.
But you said it still holds very much true today.
It does. And I think it's a good explanation for why the U.S. has had, rising inequality. This is their thesis, and I think it's they call it also skill bias technical change. So you need skills to benefit, but if you have those skills, then technology makes you more productive, and that's what we need. Incomes can only rise if productivity is increasing. We're sort of working as many hours as we can work now, so it really is. That's productivity. So I would recommend that. I'm not getting any royalties for that, but by the way, Claudia Golden won the Nobel Prize for her work about 2 years ago. So I'm not the only one who thinks it was good work.
Chair Powell, let's move on to tariffs. This is an issue that confronts the business people here with us today. You addressed it very briefly in your opening remarks. You indicated that you believe that the costs of the tariff movement is in fact more transitory than embedded in supply chain. So I think we would appreciate hearing more about how the Fed thinks about evolving tariff policy.
So we're now collecting a good bit of revenue. The federal government collecting a good chunk of revenue, at a $300 or $400 billion a year pace. And the question is, who's paying that? And the candidates for paying those tariffs would be the exporter, the foreign exporter, or someone on our shores. It could be a company or a retailer, or someone who's using the imported product to manufacture something, or the end consumer. And so so far, in its incredibly early days, it doesn't look like the overseas exporters are carrying the bulk of it. It looks like it's that middle group. It's retailers and it's importers, and they're not passing along to consumers that much of the cost. So the actual effects on inflation have been quite modest so far. It's really not. It's a small amount, but I mean, for example, I mentioned that core PCE inflation is 2.9%. Maybe 0.3 or 0.4 of that is tariffs. So it's not the big factor. It's not a big inflationary thing, but it is something that is driving up inflation a bit. And the question is, are companies are they going to eventually be able to pass that stuff through? And then that might drive inflation up a little higher. So we've been watching this since the beginning. It's half our mandate is inflation, and I would say that the pass through to consumers has been later and less than we expected. How much of that will continue, I don't know. But the responsible thing from our standpoint was to watch and wait, because it's our job to make sure we don't make a mistake on inflation.
Well, that was my question. Do you imagine that is going to change, where the cost of tariffs will be more deeply embedded and passed on to the consumer? What do you foresee as?
So our forecast, and I think almost all the forecasts are for there to be a one-time pass-through, which will go through the end of this year, well into next year, and that by the end of next year, the one-time increase from the tariffs will be done, and you'll be back to the non-tariff related inflation, which should be much closer to our 2% goal. That's almost everyone's base case. It's actually our job to make sure that that's the outcome, though. So we can't be in a situation where we're just going to assume that. We can't leave that part of the goal unguarded. And so that's why we've been careful about cutting. We didn't want to cut too early. I mentioned in my remarks, if we cut too early, we may find out in a year that inflation actually wasn't under control and it's back up to 3.5% or 4%. No one thinks this is the base case, but that's the risk of cutting too early or too much. Of course, the risk of cutting too late, as I mentioned, is that we unnecessarily, the labor market weakens unnecessarily. There's no risk-free path, and it's a very difficult policy environment when your two goals are telling you two different things. You've got to make a compromise, and we really, again, haven't been in that situation for many, many years. It does happen, but it's happened now, and we'll manage our way through it. But we sort of have to look at both of them as equal. We can't just say we're going to do this one and not that one, unless this one is clearly a greater risk. And now they're coming into closer balance, I would say. We do see meaningful weakness in the labor market now, very low job creation. The unemployment rate's still low, though, and the quits rate is low, and a lot of things suggest that the labor market has reached a kind of unusual stability of much lower demand and much lower supply for workers. It's a really unusual kind of a balance, if you want to call it that, but nonetheless, we think it's downside risk.
Well, if you could elaborate, what are some of the factors that are leading to depressed demand for labor?
So depressed demand for labor, based on surveys and talking to people who are doing hiring, a big chunk of it is that they're just unsure about what to do. Businesses, and I'd love to talk to people after this. Businesses don't want to do a lot of hiring. They may be postponing major CapEx, major initiatives, major acquisitions, and maybe they'll replace workers who retire, but they're not looking to grow. This isn't every company and every part of every company in the world. It's just an effect kind of at the margin. That's got to be part of it. I think that's the demand side. The supply side, of course, has a lot to do with immigration policy. So immigration was at a very high level for 2 or 3 years before this year, and now immigration has really gone close to zero, and immigration is not really contributing to the labor force growth now, whereas it's been most of what the labor force growth was, and now so at the same time you've got declining demand and also declining supply of workers, of new workers.
One of your passions is demystifying the Fed. You enjoy speaking about it, and those that are Fed watchers are wondering, will there in fact be 2 additional rate cuts before the end of the year? Of course, we're uncertain about that, if I understood your comments correctly. What does it mean to demystify the Fed, and what can each of us in this room do to be better Fed watchers for the benefit of our own businesses, if you will?
So not so many years ago, maybe 40 years ago, and for a long time before that, the main theory of central banking was to be mysterious and obscure. In fact, Montague Norman, who's a very famous former head of the Bank of England, but ending in the middle of World War II, famously said, never apologize, never explain. And he thought that monetary policy worked back, and everyone thought, it works best when no one understands. It's kind of mysterious. So starting maybe 40 years ago, a bunch of economists, including Alan Blinder and a number of others, said, you know what, that's wrong, because if markets and the public understand the way you'll react to incoming data, they'll kind of do your job for you. And so they argued for greater transparency. And people said, you know what, that makes sense. So central banks started being transparent. The Fed didn't even issue a post-Federal Open Market Committee announcement until 1994, and then did so as an experiment just to see what would happen. Now, so if you fast forward through, the 30 years since then, now we have a post-meeting statement, we have minutes, we have press conferences, every FOMC participant
press release
on Squawk Box, we have a press release. So, and maybe some people say it's too much, it's excessive, but so that's the way it's evolved. So we try really hard to communicate with the interested public in a way that is useful and comprehensible and jargon-free. That's what we focus on, and that's all we're trying to do. So we don't use their, every profession has their jargon, and you kind of need it internal conversations, but we try not to do that. So that's all we're trying to do. A couple of thoughts about what I wouldn't say I can't make anyone a better Fed watcher, I don't think, but things I would want to tell people about the Fed. One is just this, that we're making decisions. Our decisions are made under elevated levels of uncertainty, even in normal times. The economy is fundamentally, no one has been able to predict the economy more than for the next few months. It's an unpredictable, it's this enormous entity, and it's just not that predictable. So we have to we take very much a risk management approach, and one of the risks we're managing is that we don't exactly understand what the current state of the economy is and where it's going to go. So we try to have policy that can cover the range of plausible outcomes, not just one outcome. So that's one thing. So we're never saying that we know the economy is going to do this or we know it's going to do that, because honestly, famous statement is financial forecasters are a humble lot with much to be humble about. So that's one thing I would say. Another is that you should, I just have to say this, whenever we make decisions, we're never, ever thinking about political things. And so we're based in Washington, D.C., and many people, in Congress, and often things are seen through a lens of, is it good for this party or bad for this party or this politician? We're just not looking at things that way. We're looking at what's the best thing for the people that we serve in the medium term. What's the best policy? And many people don't believe us because they think, come on, you're really political. But the truth is, most of the people who are calling us political, it's just a cheap shot. And also, we don't engage. We don't, our argument is doing our jobs. We don't get into back and forth with external people. We just do our jobs. We keep our head down and do our jobs. That's what we do. So those are two things I would offer about the Fed.
We have run out of time. We have come to the end of our program, and I'm wondering if there's anything additional that you'd like to share with the members here today, and again to help us be more prepared as we begin to look to 2026 and strategic plans for business and things on the horizon that would help to, of course, create more jobs and more prosperity.
So I'll say one more thing that struck me just now about the Fed, and that is, remember, we have a really important job: maximum employment, price stability. We regulate and supervise the banks. We operate parts of the payment system. But those things are really about cyclical demand management and financial stability. The policies that really matter for the U.S. economy in the long run, things like investment, particularly investment in people, that's not something we can do. I think we get a disproportionate amount of attention compared to the things that really matter for the country, which are the things that Congress can do and the private sector can do, which are the things that will really matter for future generations, are not interest rate policy and the things that we do as important as we are. And beyond that, I'll just say this has been great, as always. I've enjoyed talking to so many people here today, and I love to get out and talk to people who are working in the real world in the economy. There's nothing better than that. Most of my career was in the financial sector, and I constantly was out talking to people rather than sitting in my office looking at aggregate data on the economy. So this is a much more comfortable place to be.
You are headed back to D.C. later this afternoon.
Yes.
What does the rest of your day look like?
Get home. I won't get home until after dinner, so it looks like me working on the plane on the way back. So anyway, thank you so much. It's been great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Jerome Powell, Chair of the Federal Reserve.
All right, that's a wrap. Thank you for listening to Powell there. Powell talking about digging. Yeah, right. Nevertheless, it was a nice little sell day on the markets. We've banked on 2-0 DT put plays, both over 100%, giving you that telegraph short level. And now we've telegraphed this long level. Big bounce in the market. So, again, we could easily revisit the lows. I think that there's still a chance. Like I said, I'm not even long yet. I'm looking for specific contracts, but this is some support here. But I issued a little bit of an alert with my live trading group that I'm looking for specific call option to hit a long level. And but there is quite a bit of support here. There's quite a bit of support here, but we could still go lower. I'm looking at this SPX chart, and I think that SPX needs to tap the devil number here, 6666. That's where I think the S&P 500 is going, but I wouldn't be surprised if they try to bounce it a little bit, chop it, burn some theta, and then take us down a little bit. So I think we're in a little bit of a theta burn time zone here. I would love for them to just knife it down even lower, but I am looking to buy the dip very shortly. I'm looking at 0 DTEs. I've traded 2 different put plays, both printing up over 100%. Made a lot of money today, day trading. It's been a great day. I'm looking to roll some profits into a potential buy the dip, but we can go a little bit lower. So far, QQQ still underperforming. IWM still up 0.43%, but off of the highs. Amazon down 2.5. I have such a good level on Amazon. Hopefully it gaps down tomorrow, or hopefully it sells in the next 30 minutes or so. Nvidia right now down 2.53. Microsoft down 0.88. Apple down 0.47. That's giving up the goods. Google turning negative, down by 0.18%. Meta down 0.4%. And Tesla holding strength. Green on the tape. SPY is coming lower here. Take us downtown. Here we go. We're melting. We're melting. We are melting. Melting. Do 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 do. Look at that, guys. All right, guys. I just took a long on SPY there, hitting a key area. Bang bang. Beautiful. So we did that liquidity sweep. We are still looking heavy. You can still see the SPX is coming into its key zone here. SPY is under immense pressure right now. Immense pressure. You got some of the leaders starting to come down now. Names like Oklo, names like IONQ curling down. Apple trying to stabilize. Nvidia is hitting 10-minute chart support. Tesla turning negative now. Netflix, JP Morgan negative. All right, SPX is coming into a bit of a support area here. We are melting here. We are melting. Falling down, falling down. Falling down, falling down. The market is under a lot of pressure today. Beautiful. Nice decline there, and a really nice decline. Big monstrous decline, even knifing through a major point of control on SPX. Not looking good. Nvidia heavy. SPY just absolutely free falling. Coming into that major gap, prior gap zone. That is a big dump on the S&P 500. That is a really, really big dump. Huge fall from Grace. Coming into a 15-minute chart support now. That is nasty, nasty price action for the major S&P 500. Dumping. IWM also starting to get heavy here. IWM coming into its prior day high. Can they take the Russell negative? Again, I expect to pop and then maybe even more selling. But we are looking pretty filthy here in the major indices. Let's look at the QQQ. Qs are still leading the charge to the downside. Nasty little potential reversal on your QQQ chart coming into 10-minute chart support. Look what the Qs are hitting. Qs are hitting some key support. So members, the 665 put on SPY that we took in the options group yesterday, I only have one contract left running. I'm out of the majority. Look at the SPY just melting lower, hitting that massive gap fill, prior gap down zone. What an absolute dump in the overall markets. We are still free falling, free falling. And I'm free. IWM hitting prior day high. Apple selling, Nvidia still selling, Amazon curling down, Tesla getting heavy, Google getting heavy. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Heavy, heavy, heavy. SPY still no bounce. We are seeing net liquidations here. Absolutely nasty price action. WDC going negative out of nowhere. Look at Western Digital. A strong stock. It was pretty much green all session. My chart doesn't even want to load here. WDC making a little bit of a nasty reversal. You've had SoFi make a little bit of a nasty reversal. We are still seeing some distribution in this market. Nasty declines across the board. Nasty, nasty. Micron still holding steady. Smith & Wesson holding steady. NEO holding steady. SPY continuing to melt here. IWM continuing to break. SPY is in free fall mode. Holy moly. Down 0.5% now. Coming into a 15-minute EMA 113. That should be a big level, but markets are exceptionally weak right now. Exceptionally weak right now. Looking at IWM almost going negative. Does appear like they want to take it negative. Big sell side candle in the overall market. Big sell. Will the Qs bounce here? Will the Russell bounce? Time will tell. Coinbase getting slaughtered. Nvidia getting slaughtered. Amazon getting slaughtered. Trying to bounce it just a touch here. Trying to eat lunch here, and there's just too much action. Too much action packed. Snapchat still doing well. Ethereum under pressure. Enphase negative. Bitcoin negative. Nat gas pumping. Nat gas pumping. Big bounce trying. QQQ still looking heavy. You just bought SPY 665 calls for the end of the week. That trade is not as bad. That one could work out. SPY still dripping lower and lower. They are absolutely knifing this market downtown. Go lower, baby. Go lower. I don't mind you falling because we are net short the indices. Go, 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 go. Drop it down. Drop it down. Getting a little oversold here intraday, but they are getting filthy with it. Filthy, filthy, filthy. They are knifing it. Absolutely clinical price action. Nvidia just drilling. IWM just absolutely drilling. IWM is about to go negative. Look at them. Nasty decline. Look at the IWM getting absolutely liquidated here. Your UVXY is exploding. Dollar's still falling. Look at that Russell full on topping tail to the extreme. I like it. I like it a lot. Waterfall sell off. That is filthy. That is a filthy decline, even on the Russell, guys. Nasty little topping tail. Beautiful to see. I like it a lot. IONQ starting to fall. S&P 500 getting liquidated here. Small caps are getting liquidated here. Take us down. Take us down. Do 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 do. Okay, you're getting a little bit stretched intraday. A little bit stretched. That IWM getting real heavy here. Real heavy. Huge decline there. Like it a lot. V-shaped recovery imminent. We'll see. Don't be so certain. Don't be so certain. This is a bad technical breakdown. This is a really bad technical breakdown. We could still see a lot of selling. Still a lot of stocks that could turn negative. So just be careful. Be very careful. Be very careful. A lot of stocks can still turn red. Western Digital coming in sharply. Markets are still dumping here. Look at the free fall, guys. We are due for such a big pullback. This can still go deeper, guys. This could still go deeper. Markets are still exceptionally extended. We are seeing net liquidation. We've barely had a pullback on the daily. Let's throw on some of these key moving averages now. Looking at the SPX, look where the daily 7 moving averages is on the SPX. Yes, we're getting extended intraday, and we could see a snapback, but that SPX should still tap that 7-day moving average. Look at the fall. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Come on down. This is a full-fledged liquidation in the market right now. Absolutely getting dusted here, the longs. This is a necessary pullback we've been waiting for. This is a pullback we have been waiting for. You still have a lot of stocks green. They could still take names like IONQ need to go negative. Uranium getting absolutely dusted right now. So they could still take this market lower, guys, believe it or not. SPX. Look at the free fall. Beautiful decline. All right, members, I closed my SPY 665 puts. Closed my SPY, that's the option trading. I closed my SPY 665 puts. You can see we're coming into that daily chart area still. You're getting some crazy liquidations in the market here. Absolutely blowing through critical resistance zones. Prior day low is a big area here. IONQ still looking to go negative. Western Digital now down a couple percent. Oklo down 3.34. Micron still positive. Interestingly enough, you're seeing a name like Pepsi during this market weakness catching a nice bid here. Stocks has gone positive, Google down, Amazon could still take out the lows. Big bounce occurring in the markets. So we closed out our final 665 put options for October 1st, members. Took those profits off the table. Should get a big bounce, but just understand the SP can still sell off into the end of the session here. They could still sell off. IWM trying to get defended off of its 10-minute chart support here. Oklo IonQ still coming in just a touch. Still have stocks like WBD, IonQ still green. So I think they're wanting to net liquidate. Open now down 10%, guys. Let me just do a quick sector check because the sectors have absolutely given up the goods with this decline now. So a nice sizable decline in the market today. I like it a lot. This is healthy for the overall trend, ladies and gents. This is very healthy. Energy is still phenomenally strong, and believe it or not, you still have quite a bit of strength in this tape. You still have a lot of sectors green, which is why we can go down even lower. All right, you still have a lot of potential selling that could occur. You IWM puts today, members, at the high of this chart, pretty much on this candle here. We added to our IWM put options for October, and just like that, we are now banking on our put options. That is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Markets are still looking heavy here. IONQ about to go negative, still holding common shares short IONQ. That's doing a full round trip. We're basically just flat on the trade. You got Oklo coming in pretty hard. You have uranium starting to sell off just a little bit more now. Interesting to see the capital rotating out of certain names. Your IWM is now down 0.23%. What I think could happen here, guys, late in the session is I think we could see SPY firm up a little bit more, and I think we could see the IWM break down a little bit more. I think that you're going to have, during this market volatility, the IWM is probably going to end the day the worst performing indice. So IWM was the best performing indice. I could see the Russell ending the worst. I could see SPY selling kind of slowing down and the Russell selling increasing. That is my expectation, guys. That is my expectation for the day. You look at the Russell, it is still coming in sharply here. Come on down. I would love to see 241 on the Russell today. That could easily happen. You look at, we've just basically now negated this huge pump, which I believe was a very manipulated, orchestrated pump. So the Russell could still easily sell off. Obviously, we're oversold. Markets on a larger time frame are still bullish, but we are due for more. We could still see more selling. But I closed my 665 October put options on the SPY. Final profits locked in 62%. IONQ still looking heavy here. Snapchat's still holding up. You're seeing a little bit of rotation into staple stocks. Nat gas and crude oil still holding up well. Open Door Technologies now down 9.6. Look at the sell on DPRO today. Great job exiting that trade at the highs. That's already down just over 7% today. I will look to rebuy this a little bit lower, but nice exit there on DPRO. Come on, I want Oklo to sell off. SMR is down sharply today. Oklo still holding. Can they give this market a facelift and then a continuation move down? They're starting to bounce us here just a little bit more. IWM still putting in a potential topping tail. They're probably going to try to bounce the SPY back up to this 15-minute or this prior gap. Big bounce occurring in the equity market. Nice decline. Your US dollar is still ripping to the downside. Open door. Look at open. Still getting annihilated here. I want them to take IO and Q negative. Look at Nvidia. Oh, I wish they would flush Amazon. Yep, good point there, JP. The way they went up yesterday is the way they're bringing it down. You're right. Oracle down 5% today. Look at this LDI. It just keeps melting here. Melting even lower. Lone Depot is in dire straits. And this beautiful trade is just purely, the majority of it was based off of our insider selling analysis that we did. And that's been a gift that keeps on printing. Crazy. All right, so let's look at the SPX daily chart here because we need to understand where we're hitting on the daily chart. You are getting a nice bounce in the market, but just understand they could easily sell us off back down to the lows. Easily. This market is still heavy. You can see the SPX could still hit that 7-day moving average today, guys. We're a little bit off of that area. We could still go down. The BTC finally putting in a little bit of a sell side candle, still super extended on the week. We could still go lower, ladies and gents. We could still go lower. Oklo coming in. IONQ still absolutely a beast right now. Holding steady at the highs. Come on down, Russell. Come on down. You can see the Russell's 7-day moving average is at 241. Russell's just barely negative on the tape. It looks like the S&P wants to come down to this trend line today. You can see that trend line goes through this area. Pepsi doing well. SoFi under pressure. Sox is just barely green. I gotta go get some food, guys. I was literally in the process of making lunch, and then this crazy action just occurred. But we've made a lot of money today day trading. We've hit some really nice trades. I did close my 0DT call options at a small loss. I was trying to go for a bit of a bounce, but nevertheless, I've made over 1,500 today day trading. So it's been a good session. We've caught a couple banging SPY trades, both in the live trading room and in the options trading group. And we're looking for more downside. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm just gonna grab some food. So here, the S&P down 0.53, QQQ down 0.64, IWM down 0.11. It's a good day to be a bear. We still have Micron earnings after the bell. It's going to be interesting. Oh yeah, SPY's probably going to take out the lows, guys. Be very careful. SPY looks like it wants new lows. 661 incoming. Here we go. So here, sorry, my mouth's full. We could also see more selling in the market because you have Micron earnings. So Micron's going to be very influential for your semiconductors, right? If Micron shows any bit of weakness, any bit, this market could be in trouble. Real trouble. BABA has now gone negative. So BABA's been strong all day. SE getting wrecked here. So if we do a symmetrical move, guys, of how extended we were from the S&P 500 here. So at the high here, the S&P 500 from its high pivot here to this 15-minute EMA 113. If we do simply a measured move, but if we were to drop below the 15-minute EMA to the same degree, we're looking at a 659 target on SPY. That would just basically reset the indicators. It would wipe out all this bullish liquidity. It would be a symmetrical measured move. Interesting. That would be kind of cool. I wouldn't mind that. I would actually love that. I would love that. And the reason we're softening here, we're sitting right on that 20-minute EMA. So people are still so conditioned at buying this dip. It has been a while since we've had a sell that just obliterated dip buyers. It's been a while. But when that day comes, you're going to have a lot of people lose their shirts. Come on, give us a 1% down day. Would this, if we were to flush down to here, that wouldn't even be 1%. SPY and Qs are still holding steady. No, I think you're fine, Ram. You're usually pretty good. You give yourself time. And I know you also take puts, so you're good. I'm not speaking about yours. There's a lot more. There's a lot of other dip buyers that I'm talking about. Come on. All right. So we can see the Russell. In order for it to end with a weekly topping tail, it would have to go down to 241.12. So SPY. So look at the difference. SPY is trading underneath its 15-minute EMA 113. The IWM is still trading above it. So I'm still thinking they're going to try to push the Russell down for a new low of day. Forming a little bit of a bear flag here. Sitting right on 10-minute chart support, but still think they're going to sell that Russell. Still seeing such astronomical bounces in names like IONQ, Oklo. I mean, holy moly, those stocks just don't give up. Crazy. We're likely going to have a really big day tomorrow. It's going to either be a big gap up on Micron, lifting semiconductors, or we're going to get absolutely slaughtered again, and there's going to be a huge gap down. I wish I had a crystal ball. I don't know. I'm a little bit nervous of Micron. There's been a little bit of insider selling ahead of earnings. The stock is very extended. Obviously, stocks can get more extended, but Ram saying gap up. Could be. We could for sure. So we've had tech sell off. We've seen quite a few different staples names firm up here. We are seeing QQQ down 0.73, SPY down 0.63, Dow components selling off, nat gas, crude oil still pushing. Yields are extremely soft. VIX is elevated. Amazon down 2.81, going for new low of day. Microsoft down 0.9, Nvidia down a whopping 3.1%, Apple down 0.6, Google down 0.29, Meta down 0.76, Tesla now down 2%. JP Morgan's down 0.26, Netflix down 0.8, Lilly down 1.3. A lot of selling hitting the tape here. Markets are still under pressure, looking like they want to go lower. Yes, they do. We are coming under pressure. Under pressure. Up and down, up and down, yeah. IWM continuing here. New lows for the Russell. New low of day. Dump it, IWM. Dump it. We are seeing price action getting heavy here. SPY curling down some more. Chop it down. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop. That's what I was saying. Watch out. New lows oncoming for SPY. Drop it down. Drop, drop. Open door down 11.52%, guys. Getting creamed. Lululemon still slightly green. Honda still green. SC down. Tan down. Solar stocks clobbered. Nvidia still selling. Looking pretty heavy. All of a sudden, you've had staple stocks catch a really formidable bid. trying to stabilize. Amazon trying to stabilize. Micron's still acting well. Big bounce on Rocket Labs. Crazy bounce there. IWM still melting here. Dripping to the downside. S&P 500 selling off even more. Heading right back down to the lows. I would love to see Micron perform horrifically and then gap the market down tomorrow. If they were to gap the market down tomorrow, it would be a fabulous 0 DTE long trade. It would be amazing. If they were to gap us down tomorrow, we would have such an epic long opportunity for day trading. I'd love it. Could get a 500% bounce potential. Oracle, still pretty bearish right now. SPX is close to the 7-day. Very close. All right, SPY, take us down. Power hour long. It might be a power hour 0 DT. I would love for them to flush us into the 661 area. And we could get a bounce off of there. That would be nice to see. Amazon's still selling, curling down. Nvidia's still curling down. The market is still pretty heavy. Still decently heavy here. IWM still looking heavy. Open down 11.87. Snapchat still showing resiliency. DPRO, that's still selling. Google's still selling. Wow, look at this. GDX almost going negative. Nice little rejection there. We are seeing the S&P still showing a lot of weakness, although it's slightly oversold. That's a pretty big rejection down there on SPY. Come on back down to the lows. Give us a new low of day. Give us a new low. Amazon trickling lower. New lows for Amazon. Come on. Valerio, welcome. You think we see 659 today? No, not today. Not today. That would be crazy. If Micron misses and has a poor reaction, then for sure we could see it tomorrow. We could see it this week. That's not a problem. But 659 is right where we have a symmetrical move. So we could easily see that. What do you think we see by 315? Well, I'm in SPY 662 puts. I entered at 24 cents. They're already up to about 30, 34, dumping here. It's decline. You decline there. Take us down. Take us down. Take us down, SPY. Yeah, I could see us going back down to my max downside today is down here at 661.30-ish. That's where I could see us going, but this is a big level. A lot of volume. You got a 10-minute bottoming tail, followed by a potential higher low. So, but if we lose this low, then I could see us going down to 661.30-ish. We always give financial advice here, man. Full port. No, I'm playing with you. I'm playing, but 661.30 is my downside measure, my worst case scenario for the day. But we could chop here. You know, there's a big level here. 10-minute bottoming tail, prior day low, oversold intraday. Amazon still weak. Nvidia just trading sideways. Tesla still down 1.93. Netflix, JP Morgan, Lilly all negative. A lot of Cia Red and mega cap tech land. Come on, take us lower. Take us lower. Get ready to take a trim on the next impulse down candle, members. Get ready to take a trim. We're up about we're up just about 75% on these 0 DTEs. Ram's asking, you missed my question. Sorry, Ram. What you call a point where all three RSI meet? I'm not too sure what you mean. What do you mean where all three RSIs meet? I only have two here. I'm not too sure if there's a technical term. Why? What do you see? What RSI is converging? It's just a convergence of a key area. I'm not too sure if there's a specific name. There's probably some sort of name, but I don't know. Don't. RSI is a RSI is a weird tool to use. It's not always accurate. It's misleading if you don't use it appropriately. It's a momentum indicator. A lot of people use it as an overbought indicator, including myself, but overbought stocks stay overbought typically for a long time. Same thing with oversold stocks. But it's better to be used as a momentum indicator and a divergence indicator, your RSI tool. Oh, come on, take out the lows of the session. Take out the lows of the session. Give us a new low. If we were to flush late in the session into the 661.30 area, that would be a high probable bounce zone. It would be a very risky late day 0 DTE long trade idea for SPY. Come on, give me a flush. Give me a little flush. Amazon still trickling lower. Still have some strength in individual names. Members, I got a break-even stop loss. I got a break-even stop loss on my SPY 662 puts. That's at 24 cents entry, so we're still up on the trade. But I'm not going to let that go against me. It's too late in the session. And I'm looking at taking profits into prior day low. We should retest it. Come on, break that bear flag. Give us a nice hard candle down. Ram's asking you, Miss McCart. Oh, I ate a chocolate energy bar after some time to treat me with the winning say. Nice job, Ram. Nice. Ram saying, what did you do to celebrate? I did some chin-ups to burn some energy. I had lunch as well. Doing a little bit of meal prep on the side here. I got some onions in the kitchen that are half chopped. All right, SPY catching a little bit of a bid. Just a little bit. IWM catching a bid. Names that are pumping are still pumping. IONQ still ripping. Uranium stock still strong. Ondas is moving. Jeez. Crazy, crazy, crazy. A lot of volume on that 1 minute candle. Revisit the lows. Revisit the lows. So again, it's been a pretty successful day live trading here. Hopefully you all were able to make money. We caught plug short pretty much right at the highs of the tape. That was a huge winner for us. We caught the initial SPY short off of the high as well. Covered into this zone. Re-shorted it here. Took another 100% trim, so we've netted two SPY 0DT put plays that have netted us over 100%. We took a bunch of profits on our SPY 665 option trades, our October put options. It's been a nice session. Good to see some stocks trying to cooperate here. The only thing that's not cooperating is IO and Q and Oklo. How is QS doing? Oh, QS had that big volume spike. Big drop, now it's floating back higher. All right, come on, SPY, break it down. New lows, new lows, new lows. Give us an M pattern here. There's a potential M pattern formation forming, guys, on SPY. 1 minute chart here. You can see the M. If this triggers, we should get a nice continuation down move. Yeah, look at that. That would take us right into this zone here. That would be a huge, huge area. It would take us right into that zone. Into the end of the day, we would see a flush into this target zone. That's crazy. Did some coke? uh, that was pretty funny, Kevin. You mean I had a coke? Well, you know what my secret power is on the mornings where I got high energy and I'm ripping. It's not Adderall. No, I'm kidding. Don't do drugs, people. Don't do drugs. Let's look at these beasts. IO and Q has just been an absolute relentless monster. SPY still trickling lower. Our puts are still printing. Come on. Take us to the promised land. We're up about 75% here. Almost 75%. Come on. Keep going. Keep her going. New low of day. Trigger the M pattern. Test the prior day low again. Come on, S&P. Sell it. Sell it. Sell it, sell it, sell it. Give us a nice flush. Micron. What is Micron doing? Still holding steady. Yeah, Micron's still positive on the session. Still positive. Big bounce on SPY. What the heck happened to that name? It's still heavy. Still trying to trickle down. Come on down. All right, members, I'm getting ready to trim here. Big impulse candle down into this support zone. Come on, we are pushing. Pushing, pushing, pushing. No, don't do that. Don't do that. You fell asleep, you bought IWM call? Uh-oh. I'm still riding 662 0 DTE SPY puts, but I'm up nicely. I'm up About 70%. Was up almost 100% off that dip. Sleep trading. Yep. Making money when you sleep. Making money when you sleep. Come on, new SPY. Give me new lows. Give me new lows. These 662s. All right, we're up 100% there. All right, members, I am all out of my contracts there. I am all out of my contracts there. Took a sell there, netting about 105% on the 662s. Beautiful little profit. That's another little winning trade on the S&P 500 short. Beautiful job if you caught that. Again, it was very small, but a little bit of lunch money. Boom. All right, go back to the larger time frame here. We could still break lower, guys. We could still break lower. This is looking pretty filthy. I don't like it at all. I do not like this price action at all on a long standpoint. I would have to wait. Let us get to this zone here. That would be Amazon still selling off here. Oh my goodness, Amazon is getting close to a long scalp. 20-day SMA at 661, 615 for SPY. Is that what you're looking at? 20-day? I have the 7 at 661. 12. The 7-day, yeah, 7-day. 7-day, yeah. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming in close, right? Very close. You know, you look at that SPX and it's coming in. I'd love to see us hit that. Nice trading today. It's been really, really good. Short the pop environment. Lower high, low. Looking for another lower low here. SPX still looking heavy. Will we tap the 7-day? Are they going to knife us here into the close? We're not that far away from the 7-day. SPX would need to fall another 10 bucks. 0.15% on SPX. That's doable. That is doable. Anyone that wants to take a lotto into the end of the day, that would be it. A 661 put. A 661 0 DTE put would be the lotto into the end of the day. How I would play it is off of the next pop you short it. Although we might not get that. You might just flush it here, but the trend is down and that would be the play. 661. What is the lotto? Let me see. 661 0 DTE right now. Still pretty expensive. 19-20 cents right now. Considering I just bought my 662 up there for about 24 cents. Crazy. But we are coming in hot. Prior day low retest. Prior day low retest. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Nasty little topping tail on the Russell. It's lacking volume though. Not a lot of volume on that topping tail today. But Russell, trying to come lower. Trying to come lower. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, Oklo has been taking my money at every single turn. I was long at one point. I remember when I was bullish Oklo, I was writing the $75 calls. And I thought this move up was insane. And now, holy shit, it's up 100% from where I thought there was a little bit of significant. But don't listen to my analysis on Oklo. All I know is it makes no money. It's not profitable. Running on pure commodity and uranium hype. But I've been wrong on Oklo, so don't listen to me. That ticker has made a fool out of me. And there's tickers that you continuously can't seem to pin, no matter how experienced you are, but it's just run on pure momentum. But yeah, to think that this company doesn't make much profit, it doesn't make any profit at all, still burns cash, is crazy. I think they're very close to a big shelf offering, debt offering, but right now uranium, right? That's all the hype, right? Oklo is just a high beta play to uranium. Look where uranium is, 52-week highs. So that's really the only way. God, Cabin, I hope it doesn't. I hope you're wrong. I hope you're wrong, because I'm already losing money on it. I don't want to lose any more. Still got a fat common share position short, down at 114, which I know I'm going to eventually make money on it, but it's nasty seeing it grind. Even as the market's selling, this name just does not give up. And then my options that I have on it, ugh, I don't even want to look at those. But you win some, you lose some. It's the nature of the beast. Everyone keeps saying Thursday offering for Oklo. Oh, interesting. Why Thursday? Okay, good to know. Good to know. Yeah, I think there's an offering coming soon as well. They'd be smart. But yeah, that's been a crazy mover. All right, just give me a sec, guys. All right, we are back here, and what is the market doing? A whole bunch of nothing. A whole bunch of nothing. SPY just chopping around at the lows. Oh, Oklo is just a beast. Open down another 13.5%. Baba is negative. Seeing some China stocks, Yang continuing to make a push. Big push on SPY. Let's look at some of these other China equities. SPY rally into the close. And I think a rally would be to get above this little wedge formation. That's technically where SPY should try to recapture. You're green on your NVIDIA and IWM calls. Nicely done. Nice pullback on JD. Couldn't sleep last night, too many energy drinks. Yeah, it's the way it happens sometimes. They can keep you up. Staying caffeinated can keep you up. Amazon's still weak, Nvidia pushing, your Dixie's also trying to push. Hey, Peter. Yeah, Oclo is absolutely resilient. JD. So I've been watching it. I've seen a lot of hype across it on FinTwit. Ooh, Amazon coming into a bit of a long level. SPY breaking down yet again. So far, SPY getting hammered. Hammered, hammered, hammered. So, oh, I'm just looking at this Amazon trade. I might take a bit of a stab here on the long side of AMZN. Let me flip to the daily chart real quick. Yeah, Amazon's getting close. It's just so late in the session. All right, so JD's an interesting one. It's had a lot of hype around FinTwit. I've certainly seen a lot of activity. There's been some big players in the finance community trying to trade it. When I say big players, bigger retail players. That being said, um, it had that breakout. Now you're back testing. This is technically where it should be defended and is a long right off of this EMA 1-year moving average, back testing your little breakout zone. This is technically a long off of the zone if it were to defend it. The only thing is that I think China stocks can go through a bit of distribution. Um, I still think some of them are very extended. So net net, although this one might be an individual candidate that can have a run, I think that there's still a bit of potential distribution to occur across the whole sector. That's the only concern I have around JD. I have been watching it. Its fundamentals do make sense. I've certainly dived deep into China names myself. Um, but it's just the whole sector is potentially still going through a little choppy waters. I think Alibaba needs to soften up. You know, you did have some news on the PBOC. They're not really too concerned with stimulating the economy. But it's close. I mean, it's very close to a long here. Very close. It's tempting. I am tempted for sure. I've been watching it. It could easily get a bounce over the next couple days. You're retracing a nice little hourly. Interesting. Yeah, I think 32 would be better into this. Yeah, 32 I think is better. You sold your IWM, go NVIDIA. Nice, nice. Amazon's really coming in here, ladies and gents. We could have a scalp long on Amazon. There's a potential play for a long on AMZN. Swept some massive liquidity pivots. Getting pretty oversold. You wish you bought BBAI? I wish I didn't sell my calls yesterday. We were long BBAI. I thought that netting 100% was a good trade. Well, I probably left another 100% on the trade, but I'm not even looking to see what those are worth. But fuck, I was long BBAI from time. And I had so much time on my December calls that Hindsight is always 2020. Anyways, I made money on it, so that's all that I care about. So Amazon's done a liquidity sweep. Very oversold. It could get a bounce here. Positive RSI divergence intraday. Very, very oversold. It could definitely bounce here intraday. I would favor it for a bounce. It's just concerning whether or not how much liquidity is going to come back into this market. Could have, would have, should have, exactly. Could have, would have, should have. What is going on here? SPY is dripping lower. Saying I took the 315 October 31st calls on JPM and they are green. Look at this Amazon knifing. Knife, 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 knife. I'll take a look at JPM in a second. Whoa, man, Amazon is just getting obliterated here. 30 minutes left. Could we get a 0 DTE pump? 220 call on Amazon for end of the week, priced at 305. Oof, I'm tempted. I'm tempted. Ugh, fucking robots. All right, let's take a peek at JPM here. Daily chart, a little bit of a topping tail. Still holding right on that 7-day moving average. I'd be careful with financials, but October 31st, let's see what that's priced at. JP Morgan, October 31st, 315. 315 calls. Right now they're priced at $8.65. Nasty little bearish engulfing on XLF. You got to be careful with financials right now. JP Morgan's strong, but just be very careful with financials. They have been some of the stronger stocks, and XLF ETF as a whole is under a lot of pressure. Bank. See, Sell today? Okay. You know, you could get a retrace. Typically, after a daily topping tail, they like to retrace it 50%, but it's getting distributive. So, you know, as long as you're up on the trade, protect it. But XLF is getting ready for a short. I'm looking at entering some put options on XLF. If you get a retrace of these topping tails, those are pretty bearish. So you get like a 30 or 50% retrace of this, I think it might make sense to enter in a short. Wow, guys, look at Open Door getting absolutely pummeled to the downside, liquidating stage left. Holy moly. Nasty decline on open today, down 15%. Yeah, this is going to gap fill, guys. This is going to gap. You might get a bounce or a bear flag here, but open door going to gap. And then some. All right, go back to SPY here. Amazon's catching a decent sized bid. SPY is just forming a little bit of a wedge pattern here, wedging. Looks like it's more bullish now. Looks like 663 calls could print into the end of the session. Very risky, but you are getting a little bit of a facelift here in the market. No problem, Ram. So yeah, your JP Morgan, it should be okay. But after a retrace, financials are getting very close to a short. Very close. Again, we still have Micron earnings after the bell. Will MU gap up or gap down? Time will certainly tell. What else do we have after the bell? Is there anyone else important after the bell? I don't think so. I think the main one is Micron. There was AutoZone earlier. Why is my computer acting a little slow right now? Come on, TradingView. Get your shit together. Why are you acting so slow? Oh, my TradingView. Acting too slow for my liking. Come on. Will this work? Will this work? Yeah, that works. Worthington Steel. That's after the bell. Ticker WOR. SPY still just choppy here. Choppy, choppy, choppy. Nat gas pumping crude oil has been ripping. SoFi coming in hot and heavy here. Big bounce on Amazon. Big bounce. SPY's trying to push up a little bit. Whether or not it does so here, you're getting a little bit more mega cap tech bouncing here. JP Morgan trying to creep. Micron still acting well. All right, big push in the markets here. Nvidia's above the MA 200 now, 1 minute chart. Yeah, it's trying to curl. The whole market's getting a push. Financials getting a push. Nice job, JP. Everything is trying to catch a little bit of a bid here into the close. A little bit as a facelift. Oversold, 0 DTE end of day pump, short covering rally. So pretty much everything's participating except for certain names, but yeah, a lot of your bigger S&P stocks are catching a nice continuation bid here. Yeah, Nvidia getting a nice uptick here. A little bit of a hard rejection there into the close on SPY, but nice end of day little push. Nvidia still holding steady. Google coming in a little bit. Amazon softening. Tesla still a little bit softer. Guys, look at this BCDA continuing to squeeze. Come on. This BCDA, we're up 15% at the highs just entering today. Come on, baby. Squeeze it. Biocardia Inc. Oil's still acting extremely well. XLE is your strongest sector of the session. trying to break out of a potential daily chart bull flag, inverse head and shoulders. Took some profit on Nvidia call. Nvidia, nice job there, Curves. Good job. Yeah, I'm done trading. I was done trading around that 3 o'clock. I've netted quite a bit as well. It's been a good day for me too. Been a really good day. So again, what was I gonna say? Ram saying finally point of control popped on SPY, 662.75. Nicely done. We've got the big awaited Micron after the bell. Micron earnings are set to take place. Should be interesting. Yeah, puts did win today. We've been due for a nice pullback. We have been more than due. You know, I would still love to see a little bit more. Ram saying Micron's going to gap up. Markets will gap up. It's a guess. That's a good guess. That's an educated guess, I guess. But no one truly knows. We'll see what happens. But the market will be looking for Micron to continue to show strength across semiconductors. Yeah, Oracle down sharply. Wolf is down sharply. It's been some big moves. So Micron is at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. Very shortly. What's the implied move on Micron? Probably like 4 or 5%, I would say. Or sorry, probably like 8 or 9%. EPS 286. Market cap 184 billion. In heading into the earnings, it's quite expensive, but stocks typically get more. I know. Oklo is just fucking ridiculous. It's insane. I just can't even seem to watch it. It's just eating me up. It's eating me up. Oklo is nuking me. Big push in the S&P 500. The winners in your IRA today were ASML and KNSL. Nicely done. Dixie at the lows. Ooh. What a pump there. They're waving the magic wand. Whoosh. Waving the magic wand. Crazy pump. Wolf is at a good point to go long. Let's take a look at Wolf. WOLF. Yeah, it's getting there. Testing a previous little pivot high zone. I'd love to see it fill that gap. Busting through that 618, kind of trading right at it. You've got the bullish cross on the weekly. Momentum is still up. Yeah, leftover trillion change left in your pocket. Put in SPY. Nice. Uh, Honestly, I don't even know what Trump said. It was kind of a nothing burger for Trump. Markets didn't really react on him. The bigger sell-off came after, and then on Powell. So I'm not too sure. Powell, the highlight. I'll touch base on the highlight of what Powell said. But Powell said some trigger words that I think should be observed. So we'll see. Yep, VIX is up 5%. Yeah, it's been a big mover for the VIX. Really big mover. Trump says Ukraine can take back all lost territory. Uh-oh, that's provoking. That's really provoking. All right, guys, thank you for tuning in. This is the market close. We will see what Micron does for earnings, but that is a little bit of a wrap. We will see everyone tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in, everyone.